Susan and Jeff Markowitz attended each and every one of the trials for every day that they could. Each time, they were subject to seeing the gruesome crime scene photos of their son time and time again. Still, though, they wanted nothing more than to see these young men's downfalls. Ryan Hoyt, the man who had directly killed Nick, would have the first trial. At the age of 20, he was facing a charge of full-on first-degree murder. It wasn't hard at all for the jury to come to a conclusion in this case. He was found guilty fairly quickly. He was convicted on November 21, 2001. A few weeks later, a decision was made on his sentencing. He was sentenced to death. Around this time, Unsolved Mysteries aired an episode featuring the story of Nick Markowitz's murder. The episode was aired with the goal that someone watching the show might know Jesse James Hollywood's whereabouts, but they had no luck in that regard. The story was also aired on America's Most Wanted multiple times, but to no avail. William R. Skidmore, also 20, was charged with both kidnapping and robbery in relation to the case. As part of his plea bargain, he was sentenced in September of 2002 to 9 years in prison. Next came the trial of Jesse Taylor Rugg, who was also 20 years old. He was hit with charges related to aiding in the kidnapping and murder. He was convicted in 2002, charged with aggravated kidnapping for ransom or extortion with special circumstances. He was, however, acquitted on the murder charge. He was sentenced to life in prison, but would have the possibility of parole after only 7 years. Last was the trial of Graham Presley, who was surprisingly only 17 years old at the time of the murder. Given that he had only dug the grave in the killing, the jury had a bit more trouble deciding on what to do with him. In July of 2022, he was acquitted of the kidnapping. The jury was hung when it came to the murder charge. In October, he faced a retrial, during which he was convicted of second-degree murder. He was thrown into a California Youth Authority facility to spend the next 5 years in custody. About a year after that last trial took place, the Markowitz family won a lawsuit that they had started against the kidnappers, the killers, the man who had lent them the van in the kidnapping, and the homeowners of the parties where Nick was held captive. They were awarded $11.2 million in damages. However, even with all this, the family still couldn't rest. After all, it was now well known that Jesse James Hollywood had ordered the murder and he was nowhere to be found. Susan took it upon herself to further the search for Jesse in any way that she could. Anything from placing wanted posters wherever she could over town or handing out cards with information to those in the community, either directly or by placing them under people's windshields. The detectives working on Jesse's case began to feel that his parents very likely knew where he was hiding. The problem was they didn't have any evidence for this. At the time, it was only a hunch. It was a correct hunch, but it was one that they couldn't back up with any hard facts. Without some sort of probable cause, they couldn't really even look into it. That is, after all sorts of different leads started pouring in from people who knew Jack Hollywood that stated that he, from hints in his conversation, very likely knew that his son was alive and well. Some even said that he seemed to know exactly where his son was. The FBI reached out to people all over the United States and even all over the internet as well. They offered a $50,000 reward to anyone who could provide information that would lead them to Jesse's whereabouts. With these wanted posters and Jesse sharing the name of the infamous outlaw, he gradually became somewhat of a legend. Still though, it would be quite a while before there was any real movement in the case. In fact, it would be a full 2 years after the murder before the police would get a tip that Jesse had gone south. Very far south. They all said that he was in Brazil, an area that had developed somewhat of a reputation at the time for being a safe haven for international criminals. Jesse James Hollywood had been making a life for himself in a rural area of Brazil. Adopting the name Michael Costa Guerrero, he told some people that he was a native of Rio de Janeiro. He told others that he was from Saquarema. He was able to blend in fairly well by learning Portuguese in a relatively short amount of time. At first, he made a very modest living by putting up posters and advertising for a local nightclub. Later on, he got a job as a dog walker and eventually started teaching private English lessons. Still though, most of the money he lived off of was the $1,200 that his father sent him every month. All sorts of tips about Jesse's location and activity poured into investigators. At some point, they had even heard that he had turned his life over to Jesus and was hiding out in a monastery of all places. So many leads came in that they couldn't quite pinpoint exactly where he was living. All they knew was that, in all likelihood, he was somewhere in the massive country of Brazil. However, investigators grew more confident in 2004. It had now been 4 years since the murder. The police made their way out to Jeff and Susan Markowitz's home. They told him that they were going to find Jesse James Hollywood. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. Eventually, a number of tips led them to believe that Jesse was hiding in one of the areas that he had previously claimed as his hometown, the small beach resort on the eastern coast of Brazil called Saquarema. And they were correct. Just off of the beach, in a small home surrounded by a large wooden fence, was a man that the locals knew as Mike, the resident Canadian. This Mike was a man that the neighbors said kept to himself and didn't talk much. However, he was often seen hanging out with his 2 dogs and lifting weights on his front porch. Even then, though, he was usually seen wearing a baseball cap, keeping his head down and hiding his face. It was said that he even wore this cap low when he was inside his own house. Hiding his face had become somewhat second nature to him by this point. At night, Jesse, or Mike as they knew him, would grow a bit more bold, drifting.
I think this tube is so cool. Why can't they give us tubes like this on the ships? I want a tube like this, or even a biodome like that other ship. Is there a ship in the vanilla game that has a tube like the Eye? Starfield, is there a way to have a glass tube on the ship so you can see outside the ship? Massive 2-story cockpit with a wraparound glass canopy and a literal staircase inside. The cabin bridge. New homestead on Titan. Really? You fucking wedged me, you fucking piece of shit. What? Piece of shit. Fucking chair.
Throughout the various different bars in the local area. One of these bars was only a short walk from his own house. There, Mike was known as a guy who couldn't shut his mouth after a few drinks. It was there that he met a woman 10 years older than him named Marcia Rice. He told Marcia that he was in Brazil to study. Marcia was quickly enamored by him, saying that he seemed to be lost. The two eventually started dating and, after a while, moved in together at Jesse's home. Marcia said that, aside from the occasional bar fight, he was a pretty stand-up guy. She said that he treated her like a queen, always willing to rub her feet or treat her to a romantic dinner. They had a pretty good life, but it's very likely that Jesse was pulling off a scheme behind the scenes. Jesse had heard the story of a man named Ronnie Biggs, an infamous English criminal who fled to Brazil after a train robbery. There he utilized a local law that prevented fugitives from being extradited from Brazil if they had had a child with a Brazilian native. Jesse decided that this would likely secure his future, making him immune to the clutches of the FBI. The two lived together as a happy couple until one day in March of 2005. That's when Jesse got a call from his family, being told that one of his cousins would be coming down to visit him. Jesse was very excited to see someone from his family for the first time in years, more than ready to go and see her at a local coffee shop, even if it was only briefly. There was one thing that Jesse didn't know, though, and that is that the authorities in California had been on his trail for quite some time now. Jesse had allowed his mask to slip a few times while he was in Brazil. While he normally hid his face, he did allow his photo to be taken one time for a Brazilian travel brochure, completely unobscured. This, combined with many other tips, had the police hot on his trail, and it's believed that around this time they found probable cause to listen into Jack's phone calls as well. They knew that, in all likelihood, this meeting with his cousin would be their perfect chance to grab him. Jesse went to the local mall to meet up with his cousin. He wasn't greeted by his cousin, though. Instead, a Brazilian federal agent walked up to his table. She calmly told Jesse that it was all over, that he was under arrest. The whole time, he kept telling her that they had the wrong guy. His name was Michael, and he had never even lived in America. She wasn't having it, though. The authorities in America had given her more than enough information to be positive that this was their guy. After nearly 5 years, Jesse was finally arrested for the murder of Nick Markowitz. He was taken into custody by the Brazilian authorities. On that very same day, the police in the United States made their move on Jesse's father, Jack, as well. They arrested him on charges related to the manufacturing of the narcotic GHB. However, that charge was later thrown out of court. Instead, he was held in custody due to an outstanding weed-related warrant going back to 2002. The reality is, the police knew that he was complicit and wanted him in custody however they could. Eventually, Jack was sentenced to 18 months in an Arizona prison. Jesse's girlfriend in Brazil, Marcia Rice, was left stunned after what had happened. She didn't know of Jesse's true past, having no idea that he had been part of a murder plot in a different hemisphere. She pled with the local agents to let this Mike go, saying that it wasn't possible that he was the man that they were looking for. It was during this begging that she revealed that she was pregnant with Jesse's baby and had been so for 6 months. Hearing this, the authorities questioned Jesse about the pregnancy. He admitted that he had been advised to take a page out of Ronnie Biggs's book and get a local woman pregnant to avoid deportation. It wasn't known whether or not he actually had feelings for Marcia or if he was only dating her with the intention of getting her pregnant. At the very most, he did have genuine feelings for her and decided to make the most out of the opportunity. There was a problem for Jesse, though. The laws had changed since the days of Ronnie Biggs. Jesse's plan would have never worked. Once it was found that he had entered Brazil using a fake Canadian passport, he was extradited from the country immediately. Hearing all of this, the Markowitz family was hit with a large wave of relief. Back home, Susan collapsed in tears. It was finally all over. But now that the search was finished, she was hit with the full force of the grief that she hadn't been able to fully experience before. In April of 2005, Jesse James Hollywood was finally arraigned for his crime in Santa Barbara. Denying his complicity at all, he pled not guilty to both the charges of kidnapping and of murder. However, it was revealed that, even though he wasn't even present for Nick's murder, he could still be facing the death penalty. In jail, Jesse started getting some letters. He signed his return letters under the name Alpha Dog, and even joked of one day starting an Alpha Dog World Tour. This brings us to the movie being made about Nick Markowitz's murder, one called Alpha Dog. Filming was already underway for the movie. Although it didn't mention any of the figures involved by name directly, the story was very heavily inspired by the events of the murder. The role of Nick, called Zach in the movie, was played by a young actor named Anton Yelchin, who had actually grown up in the San Fernando Valley.
Okay, so I am trying to add a cockpit called Cabo Bridge. That's currently what I have, right? Cabo C3X. Never mind, I already have a cap over this picture. Wow. I'm on Saturn.
Himself. The Markowitz family was less than happy about the film. Jeff said that he feared this movie, like many others, would idolize the killer as some sort of anti-hero, cool, outlaw type of character. He wouldn't have been able to stand seeing Jesse James Hollywood being portrayed in such a way. He hoped that the movie would focus more on his son. Still though, both Jeff and Susan came around and went on to cooperate with the director of the movie and the actors on set. Susan even worked closely with the woman playing her counterpart in the movie. It was this work with those close to the case that would present a problem. One of the people consulted for the movie was one of the prosecutors in Jesse's case. This risked Jesse's trial being ruined by a very biased jury who had already heard the details of the case through the movie. Eventually, it was decided that that prosecutor would be let go from his role in the case. While Jesse was awaiting his trial in America, his son would be born overseas without him. Marcia named the young boy John Paul Hollywood Rice in memory of Pope John Paul II. She had wanted to name him after a good man, not after a no-good outlaw like his father had been. She superstitiously hoped that this might lead him to be a better man than his father. After Jesse was captured, Jeff and Susan felt that they could finally repair their relationship with their other son, Ben. Ben had become somewhat estranged from the family over the years. He was living in his own personal hell, never able to get over the fact that his involvement with Jesse and his crew had resulted in the death of his younger brother. Susan said, "Ben is really in his own hell. You know, he will never be the same because of his brother's death. I know that. I know he loved him. And if he had the opportunity to have made things different, he would have. It was a little strange at first seeing him so often, but the more I saw him, the more I realized that I did miss him." After years of waiting, Jesse's trial finally began in May of 2009. Both the Markowitz and the Hollywood families attended the trial every single day. Jesse's defense based their strategy around blaming Ben for what had happened. They said that Ben had been threatening Jesse's life for months at this point, saying that Ben had also poisoned his dog. Due to the grief over the dog, they say, Jesse picked Nick up on pure impulse. They said that the killing was performed without Jesse's influence at all, saying that his crew had done it of their own accord in order to fix his problems and win favor with him. The defense said that all of Jesse's cohorts had boldly lied about his involvement in the crime. The prosecution disagreed, saying that Jesse was a child killer. Jesse had been hit with 3 different charges, and depending on what the jury decided, he was looking at a very vague prison sentence, anything from 8 years to life in prison to a full-on death sentence. Still though, it only took the jury 3 days of deliberation to come to a decision. They found Jesse James Hollywood guilty of both kidnapping and of first-degree murder with special circumstances. This meant that he could very well be facing the death penalty after all, much like Ryan Hoyt before him. Luckily for Jesse, though, he was spared this fate. On July 15th, 2009, he was finally sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will spend the remainder of his life behind bars. Ever since the release of the Alpha Dog movie and the ending of Jesse's trial, there have been many new developments in the case. A lot of the developments have to do with the prison sentences of the many young men involved in the crime coming to an end. Graham Presley, who dug Nick's grave, was in the California Youth Authority facility for years. Shortly before his 25th birthday, he was released. He was now a free man. William Skidmore, complicit in the kidnapping, was also released in April of 2009. He is also free as well. It seems that, by all accounts, he has maintained a very quiet life since his release. Jesse Rugg, the other one of the kidnappers, had been denied parole at his first hearing in 2006. However, after 11 years in prison, he was released in 2013, free to live a somewhat normal life, albeit as a convicted felon. Graham got married, dabbled in different careers in the local wine industry, and co-owned a bar. However, the bar later closed after many accusations of misconduct between Graham and his partners. He had multiple run-ins with the police over the years, but never was arrested. As evident by Graham Presley's online presence, he had learned absolutely nothing. Having a YouTube channel of his own, as well as a blog, he made his opinion clear about Jesse Rugg's release. He wrote, "I'm goddamn ecstatic. My boy is getting out, coming home. He'll be on parole forever, but at least he's coming home. After, well, over a decade of pandering and speaking the truth my padre and his padre and everyone's fucking padre wanted us to spew, I can confidently say one thing and very loud."
Wow, so Samco dies. Wow, look, Samco died. I wish I cared, you know? I think it's sad that the little girl's an orphan, and I'll cry over that. But I didn't particularly like Samco in the first place. I find it hard to identify with these characters. I identify with the little girl because she likes books and she's innocent, you know? But I didn't identify with him at all. Yeah, Samco's dead, huh? Maybe we can change it and bring him back. But they're gonna do like a Full Metal Alchemist story of like, can you revive him using time travel or whatever? Walter Stroud. Wonder if there's sad music going on. Nope, same old music.
Fuck the police. You retards got it all wrong.
What?
Jesse Rugg, on the other hand, has expressed deep remorse for what had happened to Nick ever since his release. He hasn't had even one run-in with the police ever since he was released, vowing to never return to that life for the rest of his days. Jesse James Hollywood wasn't going to take his sentencing lying down. Over the years, he and his lawyers have continued to file for appeals in both his trial and his sentencing. In 2010, the judge upheld his sentence of life in prison without parole. In 2012, the court upheld his conviction and denied him a retrial. Jesse's lawyers continued to argue that Jesse was not guilty because Nick could have left his captivity at any time and chose not to do so, saying that this means that Jesse was never responsible for what happened to him after he left the party. While Nick will never get to experience a day of life again, the same isn't true for Jesse. Even though he's behind bars, his life continues. In January of 2014, he married a woman named Melinda Enos. Melinda had been writing letters to him in prison for quite some time. She said that the public is wrong about Jesse, saying that he is a very misunderstood man. The two were married at a small ceremony in the visitor's room of the Calipatria State Prison. Still, Jesse will never have an average married life. He will continue to remain in prison until his death. Back in Brazil, a young boy, now around 20 years old, is growing up without his father. Marcia Rice and her son have evidently decided to scrub their lives of Jesse's involvement. Hopefully, John Paul will live out the rest of his life as a much better man. Graham Presley, by far the least remorseful of all the young men, was diagnosed with cancer in 2021 and died the next year in 2022. And after all of these years, it seems that Ryan Hoyt will never face his death sentence after all. After years of appeals, in January of 2024, Ryan had his death sentence reduced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Still though, in the end, both he and Jesse will live out the rest of their days in prison. Once again, thank you for watching my video. If you found it interesting, please give it a like, as it really helps me out in the algorithm, and feel free to subscribe if you want to see more content.
God damn it. Like, something didn't go right. I go back to, like, this one. Gotta pee, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry I had to shift around, do things. Hi, kitty. Hi, beautiful kitty. See, why can't I get this in my ship? I know it exists. Why can't we get this in my ship? It's fucking stupid. Why can't you get a glass cube in the ship so you can come up and observe? It's fucking dumb. Starfield, or sorry, Bethesda has its problems. Let's go ask the AI. Starfield, how far is the quest High Price to Pay from the end of the main quest? Halfway. Alright. Got a lot of XP there. Her sword. Oh, my kitty. I came in here because I believe I do want to actually dump my contraband here so I just don't get fucking annoyed and harassed all the time. All my stuff. So, sort by name for now. We want Astra. All of the Astra. Black market antiquities. Anything that's contraband at all, I'll just leave in here. I hate the contraband. I think the game kind of by accident, just by sheer like how bad it is, like, you know, it just lucked out to be kind of interesting video game. You kind of do end up like sort of like really like enjoying some of the mods that get rid of some of their fucking problems. Yeah, so that's everything, huh? Except for the ship parts. Yeah, so now we get out. Gonna save. Thought I picked up more than this, but I guess not. And then, so that thing's empty. We want to go to 8 and dump the ship parts out. Ship parts out. Ship parts out. There we go. And then, yeah, how much is that? Yeah, it's just all kinds of backups of games and stuff, but yeah, so... Oh yeah, is that all that stuff? Backups before reformats and stuff. Backups before reformats. Yearlies. too, kitty. Cute little kitty. Good kitty. So cute. You are so cute. You're such a cute kid. That's odd. I can't jump to the lodge, which is so dumb. What is that about? Wow. Yeah, there is a lot of plants in Starfield now. Sam Coe's belongings have been moved to the lodge basement. Retrieve Sam Coe's belongings. Wow, like, that's my shit. I don't care about that guy. Where's my shit, right? Oh my god. What happens to his daughter? Does she live at the lodge now? How depressing is that? Why did they just kill Sam Coe? That doesn't really make sense. Why is this all over the ground? Why was she, it was weird as she was looking behind her. High price to pay. Hey, I got an achievement. Yay. Talk to Keeper Cliss. Greedfall, the dying world.
Oh man, Greedfall, the dying world deluxe edition, baby, has been revealed. And in this video, we're gonna go through all the really juicy loot. But before we do that, make sure you guys hit when you guys get that, which is pretty sick. And of course, a travel across new landscapes from Alima, the city of stars. People, this game looks active. Or
This is like for people who are bad, who like Mass Effect.
Getting Renee Goods pasta.
But protesting ain't gonna do shit.
I just want to know when the f we light the torches and get the pitchfork.
But protesting ain't gonna do shit.
I just want to know when the f we light the torches and get the pitchforks.
We are the generation that has to do something.
Pretty soon, this right here, it's gonna be our only way about it, this shit.
I think I'm willing to die for this.
We can't wait till November. There's no way.
You think you're willing to die for this?
Out of this shit.
Then go die for it, idiot. Then go die for it. You spent all your life reading all those books, and now you're just like, I think I'm ready to die for this.
I think I'm willing to die for this.
We can't.
Go right ahead. Go right the fuck ahead. You are welcome to do so. I don't mean that like negatively. I'm saying like, you're welcome to go die for that if you want to. That is the last fucking thing that I want. I don't want to lose my life fighting piece of shit Nazi fascists who are just gonna shoot me in the fucking head. I'd rather just stand there and talk to them, honestly. I feel like I would get further, and if they're gonna kill me, they're gonna fucking kill me or whatever. I can't stop that. So it's like, I would die for this, I want to die for this. It's like, go right ahead, you are quite welcome to do so. I'm sure they'll accommodate you. I don't understand an attitude like that. Why won't you loot? Anyways, I will leave now. I took to work for this. I am tired, but I do need to switch my schedule.
Wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box.
I'll be brutally honest, I see an insurgency brewing.
You are insane. Are all these people single and just don't have families? Is that what we're seeing here? You are insane. Like bullets? You want bullets from your fellow Americans. I can't say I want a confrontation with the right wing. I don't want that. I know what they do. They genocide up the fucking place. I don't want a confrontation with them. I want them to come to the water willingly and drink before we boil them in it, you know? Not before, or we boil them in it, you know? I want them to come to it willingly. Gandhi never would have spoke like this. Gandhi would have been like, Gandhi knew better. We have to get them to be decent in their hearts and souls. We can't just fucking point guns at them or tell them what to do or fight them. It's not going to work. We have to actually get them to come to the table, you know? If Gandhi could do it, we could do it. I don't want civil war. I don't want right-wingers to die. I don't want the right-wingers shooting at left-wingers because most of us aren't armed. It's just fucking stupid. It's not conducive to the country being productive. It's not productive.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Americans have finally reached their breaking point.
So, like, what, like, okay, I'm gonna tell you what I think is, I live in the boondocks, right? I'm gonna tell you what I think, where, like, let's run an imaginary jack-off scenario in our fucking head of all the terrible shit that might happen. I'm gonna turn down the sound a little bit. It seems like it's a little bit intrusive now. We're gonna cut this down to, like, 15 or something. What was I gonna say? I like your hat. It looks awesome. Boy, you're cross-eyed. Oh no, you're just kind of looky-loo, huh? What's up? Do you look me in the eyes too? Yeah, you do. It's weird. Anyways, what was I doing? Let's do this little jack-off scenario in your fucking head, right? Let's say the leftists, and it is a jack-off scenario, let's say leftists decide to gank some ICE. Or let's say some ICE decide to gank some leftists. We didn't do anything when they did that. But if we ever touch them, I think it'll be quite the opposite. Now, let's say both things happen the same day. Maybe a cadre, like a gang of criminals, ambush ICE, and ICE just full-blown kills them, and it sparks a civil war because they burn down a government building or something. The ICE burns down a government building by mistake or something weird, right? And a bunch of innocent people die. So they declare martial law, and they go, you have to give us all your guns, only the right-wingers can have guns, or some such. Like, if you have I guess a more normal way to say it would be, if you have a criminal record, you can't own a firearm in this country, right? And what are we doing here? We are going out to talk to Keeper Quillis. I don't know where that is. Oh, it's in Mast? Yeah, I'm going to Mast, am I? Oops, okay. Oops. Can I teleport there? Where am I going? Talk to Keeper Quillis to the transit station. Go. Yeah. And so, what happens then? So, you know, some gang shoots up ICE for trying to deport them. ICE shoots them. They burn down an orphanage with the kids inside or something. And the public decides it's done with ICE's bullshit. And it goes, okay, it's time to cleanse the, you know, cancer that's killing us or whatever, right? What's the first thing that happens? The Trumpers declare martial law. And they say anybody with a criminal record or anybody who identifies as gay, lesbian, trans, or anybody, people of color, anybody like that cannot have guns in this country. And we're coming door to door now to take them away from you. And if you resist, we take you to FEMA camps and lock you up or whatever, right? How does any of that benefit me? I'm out in fucking Bellingham, and I know it's, oh, how does it benefit you thing, but I'm talking about, like, I'm looking for any kind of silver lining even, that where my family isn't destroyed, I haven't lost my country, I haven't lost my dignity, I'm fucking stabbed in the back by people I really hate, and all these other fucking problems, right? I don't really see how any of that benefits me. So then they start going door to door, and they're like, do you have guns? And we say, no, we're peaceful people. My stepfather had guns, but we don't use them. They're locked up in the gun safe, and yeah, I suppose my mother has possession of them, but we don't use them, and they've been locked up for many years. Now, my stepfather cleaned the guns, but, but they were like, they're still locked up. And he was very adamant about guns, and that's the story that I'm going to have to tell the fucking crazy, shitty interrogator that shows up at my front door. Exactly the fuck like Inglourious Bastards. The next question is, have you ever been busted for drugs? And I have to be like, well, yeah, what time? And they're going to be like, all the time. So I'm going to have to be like, well, there was the marijuana possession charge when I was 16. There was the ecstasy bust when I was 17. There was the selling the weed to cops when I was 21. There was the several possession charges in there for like just getting pulled over with a 20 sack of weed in my car and shit like that. Nothing really bad possession wise though, not hard drugs or anything like that. And then eventually possession of less than a gram of ecstasy. Well, yeah, possession of class A felony substance ecstasy when I was 17, and then a possession of less than a gram of heroin, possession of less than a gram of methamphetamine. And they're gonna be like, God damn it, it took you like fucking 2 whole minutes to tell us everything that you've done. Pack your shit up. We're taking you to some fucking intake place just to make sure you're not some kind of domestic terrorist. It sounds like you're some kind of anarcho hippie punker who lives in the boondocks, who talks shit about, according to the AI that monitors your stream, you constantly talk shit about Donald Trump, the right wing, Christo-fascists, and fascist dictators all over the fucking world, kind of like Hassan. And that jibes with what Grok says. Grok says that you're this crazy leftist, like, rabble-rouser. And I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I have 2 viewership. What? And they'll be like, 2 viewership's enough. It's enough. The AI picks up on your words and it tells the world what you're saying. And shit like that. I'd be like, nah, man, there was 2 viewership. Even when I got swatted, it was still like maybe 20 viewership max. And it's just weird. What? And so they go, no, you're going to the FEMA camp now. And I go, no, I'm not. And then I bear mace and taser them. They shoot me. They execute my mother, and they steal my land. At no point do I get to engage in your civil war. At no point do I resist because I'm a pacifist. At no point do I profit or get ahead of it or talk to anybody or do anything except explain past actions from 20 years ago that don't matter now and shit like that. And like, at what point is there any kind of silver lining or positivity there or anything like that? Maybe, just maybe, I managed to bear mace and taser and suppress the pigs who came to my door on my land using my great bow staff skills and all the time I was, a Navy SEAL or whatever. Maybe I overpower the 4 to 10 pigs who show up at my front door to do their sweep and ask me why I signed up for, weird leftist organizations in my lifetime and stuff like that, like it's McCarthyism. And I'm like, oh, I'm just some anarcho-punk, biker commune guy who likes peace, and I've never struck a human being in anger. I've never owned a firearm that somebody else didn't fucking inherit, leave me behind in a will, and I don't believe in violence and all that. They're gonna be like, you don't believe in violence? And I'll be like, no, I don't believe in violence. And they're gonna be like, oh, you're useless to us. We were gonna repurpose you into a soldier, but you don't believe in violence. You'll fight us? And it's like, yeah, I'll fight you with my words. I'll never ever raise the sword against you or any of your enemies ever. I intend to bring decency back to the table. And if you can't be that person, I'm sure there's angrier people in the world that will come and try and kill you. If you can't be that person to talk to me as the world falls apart, then I'm sure there's angrier people than me that will try to suss you out. Like Butler. Like the guy in Butler tried to suss you out. I'm sure there's angrier people than me who will suss you out eventually. just like that's in the respect that like how does that benefit me? Like I'm too old to fight in a war without breaking my bones, just falling in the mud and stuff like that. I'm too fat to fight in a war. I'm too dumb to fight in a war and crazy. I'm too autistic. And I think they're going to find this is true of most of the men in the country that they threw in prison for drugs. We're like basically wastrels. We can't actually do anything except defend our family, which I sure as fuck will do. If they threaten my mother in any way or form, that's essentially suicide by cop because I'm just going to attempt them. I mean, at that point, I'm going to assume I can't reason with them, and if I ever don't resist them, we're just going to end up in the FEMA camp dead like the fucking Auschwitz. And I'm sorry, but that's how it is for me. So you guys can talk your fucking civil war, but like I imagine like the Jews in the Lodz ghetto, I don't see any real benefit in fighting them even, really. What's that going to do? They're just going to fucking show up 30 deep to every one of us, and they're going to stomp us into the goddamn ground. They run the government. They run the cops. They run the military. They have all our money. They can buy militaries from other countries and bring them in here to suppress us. They can do whatever the fuck they want to with all that money they stole from Venezuela and all that shit. They can do whatever they want to. I'm sure this is how the Jews in the Lodz ghetto felt too. It's exactly the same thing. What could it possibly serve to resist them? You ever felt that hopelessness before? And that's the problem here. You can talk your little TikTok heart out about fucking revolution. I'm gonna remind you what revolution actually is. Revolution is war. Usually a lot of people die. Consult Civil War if you don't believe me. A lot of fucking people die. Usually hundreds of thousands of people. Your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your mothers, your aunts. In this particular day and age, it's drones shooting bombs at your mother's house before she even wakes up in the morning, or you can make a phone call. Oh, you can kiss your guns all you want. Oh man, what if guns could kiss? What if guns could kiss? You know, oh man, you can kiss your gun, to sleep, and you can kiss your bed. You can kiss your gun to bed before you go to sleep at night. And or whatever, before you go to bed at night, you can kiss your bed to sleep. You can kiss your gun to sleep as you go to bed at night. But it's still not gonna fucking change the fact that the rich people can just drop bombs on your mother's house. You can talk shit about fucking some civil war or breaking the fucking union like it wasn't a miracle to ever get it together in the first place. But that's the whole problem. It took a miracle to get this union together in the first fucking place. We don't want to stop it, and I'll fucking let you kill me, man. It's as crazy and as pussy as that, but it is Gandhi pacifism. I will fucking resist you every bit of my soul. Civil disobedience like Walden and Ralph Waldo Emerson, motherfucking Sweet Bapu and all this other shit. But what I'm not gonna do is fucking fight you in civil fucking war. Maybe you don't know what an ultra left-wing liberal is, but an ultra left-wing liberal that's not an option. You understand? I'd rather be an epitaph on a fucking grave than further the mental retardation that is your violence. I'd rather adorn a grave with a pretty slogan like, he died gripping his bear mace in fear. Something like that. He died gripping his bear mace in fear. Because it's just like, or his taser, right? He died gripping his taser in fear because he won't actually use it. Fucking... Fuck your war, fuck your civil war, fuck you guys trying for it or asking for it. I'm sorry, but it's like I've said many times on the stream, and this should be your fucking attitude too. Maybe this analogy or metaphor doesn't work for you. Maybe your mother's passed, or your father's passed, or your parents are passed. So I'm just gonna say what it actually is. You propose war. You forget what war is. War is bombs on your family's house before you ever even get to draw a sword. Why you assholes want it is beyond me. You're frustrated at the other side. I feel that. We are in a union. If you can't get them to come to drink the water willingly, then we peacefully secede. And we agree to disagree. We don't go fucking fighting each other and laying the streets with blood of the non-believers or whatever. That's not fucking happening. I'm not giving you blood for the fucking blood god. I will walk across this land like motherfucking, kung fu, and I will teach my David Carradine messages of fucking, autoerotic asphyxiation and peace, and only defense.
As evidenced
Never offense. I know you want us to go on offense and fight the right wing. That's not fucking happen. I'll fucking die first. You have no idea what peace is if you think that's even on the table.
the fact that so many of them are now talking openly about a literal revolution.
Because they're all
either through
TikTok
peaceful means-
liars. The exaggeration and TikTok lies is all they do. They're weird, crazy, like oh, this is fine. House is on fire, but this is fine. Crazy whataboutisms and crazy stuff about like I want revolution and all this shit. Well, yeah, if you're a tablet brain rot and you're like 30 years old and you maybe only have like one child or nothing at all, maybe just like one surviving family member like me, of course you're gung-ho to go fight your brethren. You just don't think about the bombs on your family's house. You just haven't accepted that that's the reality. Maybe you don't think that you've got any family, but trust me, there's somebody that you know that you love that's going to get bombed by the right-wingers if we resist them in anywhere form. And that's the fucking thing. These people, they're on some weird, crazy psychological trip. If you're having a friend who, I mean, I guess you could call this a friend, if not your worst enemy. You have a worst enemy. They're having like a crazy psychological trip right the fuck in front of you. You can see like a Grand Theft Auto 5 that their fucking mental state is garbage, and they're escalating, and they're like, you know, and they're getting like kind of worse, like Donald Trump and stuff. Do you start slapping and punching them and shoot them in the head? Or do you sit there and try and reason with them? And that's what you guys are proposing. You're proposing we take 2x4s in the Dust Bowl after they bomb our mother's houses and shit like this to go bash some other dude because you think there's some difference between right and left right now? You know, you want to go have fights with boards with nails in them because the right wing owns all the guns because they stole everything or whatever? No, thank you. And I don't care how savvy some of you left wingers, and I use this with quotes, left wingers. Any left winger who's cocking the hammer. I heard some jackass cock the hammer in the last 40 seconds. Let's listen to this again. You're not a leftist. You're just a crazy fucking nut who's calling for the death of their own republic.
But protest,
I don't want the death of my own republic. I'm not stupid like you.
and ain't gonna do shit.
I just want to know when the we light the torches and get the pitchforks.
We are the generation that
Never, bitch, never. That's not what we built this country on. We built this country on democracy, and we reached majority rule, bitch. Majority rule is not guns or Glocks in the ghetto on the corner stealing crude oil like rust from Venezuela. It's democracy, which means, how do you guys feel about our problem with Venezuela? What should we do? Oh, we got some good suggestions here, so let's take a vote. Shall we leave them the fuck alone? And when all the votes go yes, then we leave them the fuck alone. You know, but we didn't have that vote. We just have crazy pieces of shit, Grima worm tongues running our fucking country into the ground, dying of old age and looking like that old tired king. And it's just fucking stupid.
has to do something.
You are not the revolutionary generation. We've never fired a goddamn shot. We're not even close to that. No. The last revolutionary shot that was fired was when the Kent State pigs shot those students at Kent State. That was the last time. That was like 1907. Maybe Renee Nicole Good is like the next time after that. There was Kent State and then Renee Nicole Good. Those are the last two revolutionary shots that were fired in these 5 generations. There was Kent State when the pigs killed the fucking students. And then there's fucking, you know, Ferguson, is it Ferguson where George Floyd is from? I think it's Ferguson or whatever. And Ferguson where they killed George Floyd and Renee fucking, Nicole Good. And we are not a revolutionary generation. Most of us have never even touched a gun. It's stupid, and you're not leftist. You're just a crazy person pushing war. You're centrist at best. You're a neoliberal.
Pretty soon,
which means like you're half liberal. You probably believe in butt sex and dope, but that's probably to the extent of your actual liberalism. I guarantee it. You might even maybe be like closeted, dislike some other things. We don't know. But I'm sorry, but I see a neoliberal. If you're pitching violence or war, and I wouldn't even call it that. I would call it a conservative. You are a conservative. If you're pushing civil war, violence, unrest, anarchy, or any of that other shit at all, And like, I'm an anarchist, but I don't push anarchy. I push anarchism, which is protecting yourself from the government when it isn't your friend anymore. It's a very simple, easy thing to understand what anarchism is. It's the resistance of fascist entities. It's very simple. It's not bombs and anarchy in the ghetto with no cops and no rules. That's not what anarchy is. So it's like, you know, when you call for violence, civil war, the dissolution of, you know, I can dream my little dream of carving a line right down the center of the country and shit, and giving them the East and taking the West, because, you know, left and right, and just like letting it be. But I know what'll happen. We'll fight each other at the border. So I don't even want that. I don't want it.
Right here.
I need some course of action that isn't mentally fucking retarded, dreamt up by conservatives who seem bloodthirsty for their own fellow countrymen's blood. I need something better than that.
The only way about it is
You are definitely, you're wearing the hat like a MAGA. You're looking kind of formally dressed like a MAGA. You got the beard like a fucking MAGA. I think you want me to believe that you're a lib, but I'm not sure, man. You just cocked a fucking pistol. You just cocked the hammer like motherfucking Cypress Hill. You're looking like a right-wing gangster.
shit.
I think I'm willing to die.
Yeah, you think you look hard? You don't look tough. You just look rough.
For this.
Who the fuck are you gonna fight? Your mama? Who the fuck is there to fight? Your fellow countrymen?
We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot
Yes, we can. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid and you're low IQ.
box. We need to get to the bullet box.
You would be surprised. Oh, I crave the revolution. I crave it with all my heart and soul. I used to be afraid I would be the one who set it off. I used to be like, oh God, I used to warn my mother that I might end up at the beginning of the parade against the people committing 9/11 and stuff. And I was like, I'm going to go off and wage war with them. And she was like, please don't, please don't. You know, I was like, I do. I kind of want to take, you know, kind of want to fight the people who false flagged our people in 9/11, you know? And she was like, don't do that. You know what they do. And I was like, I do. They shoot you with a high-powered rifle in your chest or head from across the street. I know exactly what the fuck they do. They did it to John Lennon. They did it to Martin Luther King. They did it to fucking Sweet Bapu, motherfucking, you know, the great soul, Mahatma Gandhi. They did it to John Lennon. They did it to fucking, you know, Malcolm X. This is what they do. So it's like, I know what they're going to do to me in the end. I don't need to go fight them to convince them to drop bombs on my mother's house faster than they were already going to go do that. I know how I'm going to die to them. They're going to shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street. So I'm not fucking stupid. Or a pistol up close like Mark David Chapman or some shit. Or some fucking setup like Malcolm X or whatever. I don't know what it's going to be or whatever. And I don't think it'll ever be like that unless they force me into some leadership role and turn me into Luke Skywalker. I don't think it'll ever be like that. I'm in a nice, ripe old age where I don't think I have to do that anymore. I'm like older than Han Solo. And I don't know if I can cut it anymore. So just saying. Like, you know, I'm not going to fight you. Do you understand? If you squeeze your grip, more and more systems will slide right through your fucking shitty Darth Vader fucking grip.
I'll be brutally honest, I see an insurgency brewing.
I don't. You sound fucking crazy to me. You sound like a right-winger. I don't care if you identify Democrat and vote for Biden. I don't care what you say. You're looking and sounding like a conservative who wants war. I don't care what you say. I'm telling you what you smell like, and you smell like a warmonger.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Americans have finally reached their breaking point, as evidenced by the fact that so many of them are now talking open.
If we had reached our broken point, it would have been a couple of hours after Renee died. That would have been our breaking point. Here we are, day 3, day 4, something like that. We're not at our breaking point. Stop saying that stupid inane doomer bullshit. This is when the doomers fucking doomism starts to bring threat to our country and stuff. I'm not saying doomers are bad. I'm saying that like, you know, I wrote a song about this. I wrote a song about doomers and how bad it could be. Called Trouble Travels in Threes. And what did I say? I can't remember the exact lyrics, but it's like, if you want to give up at the first sign of trouble, if you want to, you know, yeah, if you ought to want to give up at the first sign of trouble, insurmountable odds or violence or greed or worse, maybe a loss of that which you care most about, be it for the win that you believe in or otherwise. And I'm going to say it again. If you ought to want to give up at the first sign of trouble, insurmountable odds and violence and greed or worse, and not try to talk it out, not try to diplomatically reach your way to the resolution, the pen is always better than the sword. You know, or worse, you know, like if you ought to want to give up at the first sign of trouble, or worse, you know, at any sign of a loss of that which you care most about, be it for the win that you desire or otherwise, you now have a sickness that I feel only the positivity and kindness of those around you could ever possibly cure. Telling the others on this battlefield of life that they've lost already is the worst sickness known to man, and that's what your weird rebel rousing fucking crazy let's go fight a civil war fucking craziness sounds like to me. I'm terribly sorry. I don't like the right wing. Understand, I would abolish the right wing party, chop off most of their legs and arms, and remove their tongues. Don't like them, you understand? I want to work with them. They are the other half of this country. I will do whatever is fucking necessary. I'm not closing my mind to them. I'm not closing my mind to you. I'm not fighting them in war. I'm not fighting you. You could drop bombs on my mother's house if that's what you really need to do to prove to the world that you're a piece of shit cocksucker fascist. But I mean, like, you know, but I still don't see how that benefits any of us. That doesn't benefit you. It doesn't benefit me. What does that do, you know?
Openly about a literal revolution, either through peaceful means.
There will be no revolution. You want to know why? Because the shots were fired and she was killed and we didn't do shit. There's no revolution here, not in this case anyways.
Seems like a general strike and mass mobilization.
No, nothing ever happens. I've known since 9/11 that nothing ever happens. That's why I'm not too scared to say the shit that I say. I know nothing will happen. I've seen 27 years go by. They still didn't do anything about 9/11, COVID, bank crisis, Vietnam, fucking Kosovo, fucking crazy regimes like Maduro or fucking Syrian Assads and stuff like this. We don't ever do anything. I'm not very worried, you know, frankly.
Or through an armed revolt.
The Nicolas Maduro thing was fucking crazy because that was us actually doing something. We almost never, ever do something. So we really needed to show the world that when it came to kidnapping, we're proactive.
And this kind of...
We will black bag your fucking ass with the 2-hour efficiency that'll topple a world government leader. And it's like, yeah, I know you guys are good at black bag abductions. I know you're rough. I want to see if you can actually be tough enough to have some couth. Maybe use your brain instead of your penis or your fist. I kind of need you to actually think first before you spray and kill Renee, Nicole, I'm sorry, I'm very bad with names. Renee Nicole Good. Anyways, if you want to throw up your hands and have a revolution, so be it. But I don't want it. I know what it is. You seem to think it's like fighting Civil War lines of men across some field or something, like you have in your little Civil War reenactments in the South or whatever. That's not what war is. War is bombs on your mother's house.
Revolutionary fervor.
Consult the missiles fired this summer from Iran at Israel and vice versa. You'll understand what war actually is. It's missiles on your mother's house. If you think it's you fighting the cops, or you fighting the left wing, or you being the Terminator, or you being, you know, fucking John Wick or some shit. No, it's missiles on your house with some missile net as drones fly. It has nothing to do with you, and why you want it is beyond me.
Only starts to take hold in societies when people start to feel like political change through traditional democratic means is no longer possible. And Americans are right to think that that's the case, seeing as how we effectively live in an oligarchy where billionaires and large multinational corporations dictate all of the public policy that gets passed. It's to the point where we don't even get crumbs anymore. Like, remember when they used to give us some incrementalism, sprinkle some crumbs on us just so we feel like we're fed? They're not even doing that anymore. And just to give you a recent example of how bad things are, look at this headline from the New York Times, which reads, EPA to stop considering lives saved when setting rules on air pollution. In a reversal, the agency plans to calculate only the cost to industry when setting pollution limits and not the monetary value of saving human lives, documents show. I mean, what is there to even say anymore? It's a little too on the nose even for America.
They're gonna sow, we learned about it yesterday, they're gonna sow the rivers with poison as they sell their forever chemicals to make their Teflon bullets and their Teflon fucking, you know, flak jackets and stuff. And they will. Teflon is the chemical that they talked about in that movie Dark Waters, about how they poisoned the fucking well, you know, with their crazy corpo chemist fascism. And that's why they're after this. They stopped talking about how many lives they could save in Flint, Michigan, and they'll only talk about how much money could be made by the corpos.
So needless to say, the system has completely and utterly failed its people. Other governments throughout history have faced...
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. We are still paying for infrastructure. The government is still functioning. People are receiving their disability and their food and their social security still. They didn't shut that down. Nothing has changed from like November. Since November 6th, we lost Charlie Kirk. We lost Renee Nicole Good. We lost several other people, you know, in Portland and places like this. But that's to the extent of what's changed in the last 5 months since November. Nothing's really changed. What's changed? Christmas happened.
Popular uprisings after they weren't able to adapt to the changing...
Yeah, Renee Nicole Good was a big change. Yeah, it was a big change. Yeah. But it's not like any different than the day Trump took power, I don't really think.
...needs of its people fast enough. But I mean, in this late...
Like, you know, in November 6th or whatever it was.
...age capitalist hellscape that we're living in, they're not even trying to adapt. In fact, they're openly defying the masses by cutting our social safety nets even more to pay for more tax cuts for the rich.
So they can pay for
it's
ice.
Like they're spitting in the faces of a population that is already pissed off. And we've been on a downward trajectory for so long that Americans feel like they have nothing left to lose at this point by rising up. The cost of living is unsustainable, healthcare costs are skyrocketing, and to add insult to injury, the things that once distracted us from our misery are also becoming too unaffordable, like video games and streaming services. So when people no longer have an outlet, bread and circus, if you will, to keep them entertained, when they have no escape, no community, no hope, they begin to fixate on how bad things are, and eventually their anger begins to fester, and it reaches the point where they become consumed with rage and can only think about how much they hate the people in power who are responsible for all of their pain and suffering. And you really get a sense of that feeling of despair and hopelessness from these social media posters.
Fuck this goddamn country, this stupid fucking...
What? Shut the fuck up. You're talking about America.
That we live in. This dumb fucking world that we live in.
It's not the country's fault. It's the dumb people and the low education. That is kind of the country's fault.
In what fucking universe? In what fucking universe is any of this just gonna be taken fucking lightly?
All we do is work to barely get by. We pay
Yeah, it's true, man. Like, I work so much. Like, I work so much more than most people.
our bills, we pay our rent.
I work so much. I work so much more than most people. I really do.
And we scrape up the pennies to try to put food in our table.
Yeah, it's just just to feel like I'm justified to live off my $9 grand a year, and they're gonna take that too.
We are not living a dream. We live in the worst nightmare we ever.
Yeah, it is. Like, especially if you're a person of color, it's like a full-blown living nightmare. Oh.
Could imagine, and tomorrow's gonna be worse. If
Yeah,
we
tomorrow's
all
gonna be
stand
worse.
together and say, you know what? It isn't gonna get any better. Stop every fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. People are afraid, I might lose my house. You're gonna lose it any fucking way. But at least be a man or a woman and fight for this motherfucker while you got the opportunity to do it. But to try to end the shit that we live in, man, this is not living. I don't know what the fuck you call this anymore. Out of all the years I've been on this motherfucking earth, I never would have imagined it'd get to the point where I'm working myself to death
That last rant was really cathartic to listen to. But this frustration is compounded by the fact that we all know that even as bad as things already are, they're only going to continue to get worse. Year after year, people are working longer hours for lower wages, and there's just no political will to alleviate our suffering even a little bit, because again, the capitalist class demands that we all slave away in order to increase profits for shareholders. Amazon workers are forced to piss in bottles to increase productivity so Jeff Bezos can buy a third mega mansion to temporarily stay in while the other 2 mega mansions that he built get demolished and then rebuilt into one mega mansion. But as bad as things are, people are still forced to feel thankful for the shitty jobs that they have, because in the not so distant future, those jobs could very well be replaced by either automation or more likely AI. So this revolutionary fervor that we're seeing is the direct result of the system's failure. People know that our government...
It's not revolutionary fervor, it's doomers on the internet. Revolutionary fervor, you'll understand it when martial law sets off. And they're like, we're coming for your guns door to door. Then you will see revolutionary fervor. This isn't it. This is you yelling on YouTube. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying I don't want it. I do. I want it. But I don't want violence. And I don't want it like this.
It doesn't serve us, it serves the rich. So
it
it's no longer capable of producing results. It's no longer capable of producing political change. The question then becomes, though, how do we change or overthrow that system that's oppressing all of us? And the reason why people are forced to ask this question is because they know that the typical answers like protesting and voting no longer seem viable, as explained by these individuals.
I'm not sorry to say this, but protesting ain't gonna do shit. And to the people, call your representatives, get on the phone. For what? Their voicemails are full. They're not available. They're not answering the phones. Tried that already. Then there's those. Make sure you show up for the primaries. That's the only way we can do that. That's in November. This is January. What are we gonna do in the meantime? Because ICE is ramping up their efforts. Until we start to associate our actions with what's actually happening, it's going to get worse.
The only reason the Democratic Party exists is so that the people don't revolt. Because the Democratic Party gives us a way to feel good, to feel like change is possible, to feel like change is coming. Have a little hope. And they speak really nicely and they say all the things we want to hear, but then they never really deliver on their promises. They never actually reverse the damage done by the Republican Party. And why is that? It's because the corporations and the elites donate equally between the two parties. And our politicians, Democrat and Republican, both answer to those corporate interests. And if we didn't have the Democrats saying exactly what we need to hear and saying nice words and making bills with nice titles, even though none of that delivers, if we didn't have that, we would revolt. There'd be no outlet. There'd be no convention, no signs, no cheering, no moments of joy, no amazing speech. But at the end of the day, after 250 years since the inception of the United States of America, we don't have affordable housing, we don't have a living wage, and we don't have national health care. In fact, those things keep getting more expensive every year. Oh, but Jeannie, these things take time. Shall we wait another 250 years and just keep doing the same thing over and over again, voting for the same people, expecting a different result? I promise you, if we do that in 250 years, we won't have anything.
And therein lies the problem. People are recognizing that we're trapped in this perpetual cycle where Republicans break the country and Democrats come along right after and promise to fix what Republicans broke, but they never actually do. So how can we even move forward and build upon what little progress we've made when we can't even fix what was broken the last time? It's like we take 5 steps backward and 1 step forward if we're lucky. Like we are truly circling the drain in this country. So how can we expect a real change when we functionally don't even have an opposition party in this country that is willing to facilitate real change, let alone resist fascism? You've got most Democrats openly supporting Palestinian genocide in direct defiance of their base. They arguably lost the last election because of it. Some have even decided to defy the base on trans rights and immigration, which were issues that traditionally they were more humane on. Their thought leaders like Ezra Klein are encouraging them to run anti-abortion Democrats and are calling for even more neoliberalism. You've got Democrats like Angie Craig attending a crypto symposium with Eric Trump, and she also voted for the unconstitutional Laken Riley Act, which denied due process to undocumented immigrants, including Dreamers, along with Jared Moskowitz. But both of these individuals are pretending like they're against the Gestapo that they once emboldened. On top of that, the party's 2028 frontrunner Gavin Newsom spent the first month of Trump's term chumming it up with fascists like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, and he's now vowing to stop a proposed billionaire tax in his own state. And I also want to present you with a video of the leader of the Democratic Party with no comment because it speaks for itself.
Should ICE be abolished, Senator? Will you use?
I have lots of problems with ICE.
Should it be abolished?
Thank you.
Will you guys use? Will you guys use the appropriate? Will this be a red line in this upcoming funding fight? A lot of people want to know how you guys plan to do this, and will it lead to a shutdown? Will it be a red line, ICE, restricting ICE funding in the funding fight?
The leader of the fucking opposition party won't even commit to try to use his leverage to reduce ISIS funding, even after they just committed an execution in broad daylight. Democratic appropriators like Rosa DeLauro also won't commit to doing that, and as Pablo Manriquez reports, she's not even willing to attach riders to the upcoming budget bill to try to force ICE agents to wear badges or take out their masks. So suffice it to say, this is why so many Americans feel just hopeless. It's why so many of them feel as if the only way to meaningfully affect change is to revolt, because they simply no longer see voting and protesting as a viable way to change things. And I also came to the same conclusion myself after the George Floyd protests went absolutely nowhere. I mean, we saw an international civil rights movement, and it resulted in zero policy changes. In fact, police budgets in cities across the country are actually bigger now. So everything that we're seeing is forcing Americans to grapple with the reality that the system isn't built for them. It was built to exploit them and oppress them and control them. It was built to squeeze as much profit out of them as they possibly can before they die. Hence why people are beginning to yearn for a revolution, because anything short of that simply won't change things.
Bro, I'm just done. I just want to know when the fuck we light the torches and get the pitchforks, because we just need to burn this bitch down and start the fuck over. So, you with me?
I'm slowly coming.
No, you're just angry. You've been watching stuff on YouTube and you're just angry and you are reacting. And that's okay. But you're kind of calling for the revolutionary death of your country. Like, I have not been pushing for violence, civil war, or revolution. I've only been following out the mental masturbatory fucking exercises of seeing each particular battle plan and how it might affect us personally. And I don't think revolution or civil war or violence or pitchforks or flame, any of that stuff, I don't think that's going to benefit anybody but them. It'll only benefit the right wing. That's what they want.
The realization that we are the generation that has to do something, and it's one of the most difficult realizations to accept. All throughout history, we've learned and watched some of the worst atrocities.
How old are you, like 34?
Be handled by groups of people who had to stand up and...
No, you're younger, like 28?
...do something about it. And I think we've been conditioned to be more comfortable observing from a distance than getting rid of our discomfort. Whether you are pro-life or pro-choice or pro-Second Amendment or anti-guns or religious or atheist, we are living in an era where we have to behave differently right now. We've grown up reading about all of these revolutions and all of these stories of these people fighting back against power. We've watched these movies and TV shows telling these great stories about these heroes that got together and fought the odds. And I think we are unfortunately living in the generation that has to be the people who do that.
Now, to state the obvious, disillusionment with the system is not a new phenomenon. We've gotten clues here and there that that's the case with the rise of anti-establishment sentiment, as well as populist figures like Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, and also this fundamental distrust of the system itself among the public that we've been seeing. But this mentality has really proliferated in Trump's second term, and it's spreading even faster due to ISIS terrorism across the country. So we're witnessing the culmination of decades of anger towards the system and the ruling working class, which has now resulted in a discussion that we're seeing about the efficacy of a non-peaceful response. Now, some people are talking about arming themselves just as a means of self-defense, while others are subtly suggesting that an armed resistance is actually necessary to stop fascism, seeing as how that's how it was defeated back in World War II. But before we get to that, I do want to say that the most common sentiment that I'm still seeing is a call for a peaceful revolution, mass mobilization, general strikes, things like that. And on that note, I want to show you this TikTok that went viral last year because this woman put together a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation on how to peacefully overthrow the US government. And what she's saying actually, it is important because if Americans were able to pull something like this off, it would be effective, undoubtedly.
So there's plenty of companies and plenty of businesses or people that are a part of a union. This is where we need y'all, okay? Like, y'all are gonna be the backbone. Y'all are gonna be the ones who have to say, we're not working. We're not doing this. We're not coming to work. Again, that's gonna have to be the unionized people. I don't have enough experience on that, but hey, this is a team. This is just a rough outline. We need DEI. These are our demands, okay? In no particular order, but for the healthcare space, we need universal healthcare. I'm done with this old, affordable, universal healthcare, okay? We are a first world country, and the world's economy is based off the US dollar. There is no reason why every baby in this country shouldn't have health care. No reason at all.
That's just a small taste of her entire presentation. Mind you, I will link you to the full thing down below if you want to hear the rest of her plan. I think that she was cooking, for one. But for all intents and purposes, she's basically describing a general strike, where Americans across the country engage in work stoppages to grind the economy to a halt until a certain set of demands are met. One of them being a universal single-payer healthcare system, which is something that a lot of Americans want. Now, what she's advocating for is more of a political revolution where you keep the same regime as opposed to a real revolution where you get actual regime change. But what she's calling for is a political revolution where changes are made at the institutional level in order to meet the demands of the people. It's a sort of paradigm shift where power is given back to the people peacefully, which is something that can be accomplished if and only if the people come together to show the government that they have the power in the first place, which they do. Like, flexing our economic muscle is something that can accomplish a lot of things. Our labor is our leverage, but organizing something on that scale is very, very difficult, which is why we need unions, and she points that out. But this is why capitalists destroyed unions. It's not just because they're greedy and they don't want to pay their workers more and give them better benefits. They destroyed unions because destroying unionization was the fastest way to disempower the working class. And they did that to revolution-proof the dystopian system that they were building. So it was tactical and also useful to line their pockets. And what she's advocating for is theoretically possible, but it's hard to pull something like that off, especially after elites have invested so much money into dividing the American people. I mean, there are so many things that the ruling class, the capitalists, have done throughout the last couple of decades that insulated themselves from that very kind of popular uprising. But others are more openly talking about an actual armed resistance and not a political revolution, which is always a possibility in countries after government institutions begin to break down, which is exactly what we're seeing right now. It's not unique to the United States, of course, but the following people explain why arming themselves might be a necessity to protect their communities from repression, since the state has become openly hostile towards its own people.
Advocating only and solely for peaceful protest is a manifestation of white supremacy, right? Because why is it that people are expected to stay peaceful, but not the people with the guns, right? The people with the monopoly on violence don't ever have to stay peaceful, but we're always expected to be the bigger person to take the high road.
No, if both sides shoot, both sides die.
The same politicians who demand that you stay peaceful will turn around and use their police force to spray you with pepper balls and to arrest you, right? It is very much a do what I say, not what I do type situation. And I come at this conversation as a Black American person because we've always been told, well, if you just act right.
You are a right-winger. You are proposing violence. There's nothing you could ever say to change my mind on it. You are a right-winger. You drank the Kool-Aid. That Kool-Aid is violence. You want violence with your fellow Americans. You're a right-winger. Violence is your currency. It's the only thing that you would think you understand. We all know we could kill each other. It takes real strength to not do it. It takes real strength to talk to someone. Ah, damn it. Did you glitch? I think you did glitch, and now I can't do this quest. Maybe I should just go to a different quest. Check out what's on that data slide. Oh, while I'm here, I did want to go. Maybe this will help me get around what I'm doing. So I need to go to the newspaper place, which was like. Oh, there's another entrance. Maybe I can get in through there.
Well, if you just do this, we'll treat you right. But they've never treated us right. It don't matter what we've done.
No, not since slavery, no.
In suits or marching, we've never been treated right? So
we've never been treated right, these pieces of shit.
Like, I don't believe, I've never once believed that if we just contest in the way that they want us to, that they'll actually do what they're supposed to.
Hey guys, we gotta take some notes from the Black Panthers about what to do when there are armed men trying to kill you. Because they've been in this fight way longer than you and me. And they know a few things about resisting. And one of the things they were really into was armed militias to protect neighborhoods. And it's time to take some notes. I suggest this book, Black Against Empire.
The United States has gotten to the place that we are today by repeated underreactions to things that are very, very severe, while the people in power continue to escalate, knowing that they will not get the type of pushback from the populace that would make them stop what they're doing meaningfully. On a totally unrelated note, this is the country of the Second Amendment. It's time for you to buy a fucking gun.
Shit, pretty soon this right here.
See, like, these are not liberals.
It's gonna be our only way up out of this shit. But ask yourself this: are you really ready for that? Matter of fact, are you even really ready to have that conversation with people?
I think I'm willing to die for this. I'm patient, I'm intentional, and I'm very slow to anger. And if I'm here, I believe that I'm not alone. I would be willing to wager that anybody else who's paying attention is right here with me. I think the people are ready. We're attending record-breaking rally after rally across the country, even the world, but we lack a clear plan beyond basically complaining in all its forms. Why in a country of 341.7 million people can we not find a single voice directing us towards liberty and justice for all? Our senators, our congressmen, our elected representatives represent the highest bidder, not us. The good people in this country aren't asking for another peaceful protest that fizzles out by Monday. We're not asking for catchy slogans or edgy t-shirts. We're asking for direction.
I can assure you that things don't get to this point for no reason. Regardless if you agree or disagree with what they're saying, it's important to understand that this doesn't happen in a vacuum. You can look to popular uprisings and revolutions all throughout the history of the world, and there's always a specific set of conditions in the lead up to revolutions. There's a collapse of social order, widespread fear and disillusionment, distrust in the system, failure or unwillingness of the state to adapt, a growing revolutionary fervor, to name a few. And just purely from a clinical political science perspective, it's obvious that the US has reached that point. We meet the criteria for revolutions. We're ones to be on the lookout for if you're a political scientist looking at countries that might see a popular uprising in the short term. It's odd.
What do you think this is? Have you, okay, so you're a gringo with a gun in America. Do you intend to shoot every right-winger you see? Well, I mean, what's your plan here? Are you gonna hold down the homestead in that city that you live in and grow crops out of that sidewalk and defend the crops? I don't know, but I don't know what your plan is. If it isn't unity, peace, and grocery stores. Did you think that you were gonna just grow corn and potatoes and cows and stuff out of Fifth Avenue or downtown in most of these big cities that we live in? The answer is no. So the unrest, I'm actually really significantly against. You know, it's I like protesting and I like peace. This cop shot this lady. This ICE agent shot this lady. I don't think you can judge an entire faction by the actions of one member. He should be thrown in the brig. And we go on being friends. Placate the left, throw him in the brig. That's real democracy. He acted like a loose cannon in our community. That's unacceptable. Throw him in the brig. Look, I might have bugged out the game now, which is very bad. Let's see. Maybe changing... Maybe if I save and then reload the game. Maybe I'm just bugged. Maybe a reload will fix. I don't know. Yeah, let's say that you got a few guns and some boxes of ammo in your house. Then what? Do you shoot all your fellow Americans as they walk down your street? Do you shoot the cops as they drive by if you're leftist? Do you shoot leftists if you're a cop? It's sort of crazy. It's like, do you... I mean, what's the goal here? You seem to be feckless about, or not like feckless, but sort of careless about, or so you seem adamant about how we won't do anything but protest. Well, yeah, because if we do anything other than that, a lot of people can die, you know? Very simple reason.
Obvious that the US has reached that point. It doesn't mean that Americans
No,
will definitely...
No, we haven't.
...revolt, but the signs are there. And government officials...
Yeah, the signs are there. They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to placate us.
Need to take it seriously if they don't want that to happen. They need to meet the needs of the people if they don't want that to happen. And the thing to keep in mind is that, as wonderful as it sounds to be free from...
When you have a fight with somebody because they hurt somebody that you loved, you don't, by hurt I mean killed somebody that you loved. You don't kill them back. You put them in the brig. in the military and the army, you can't just be capping unarmed civilians. You would be in the brig. Let's go ask the AI. What happens in the military in terms of punitive action when a soldier kills an unarmed civilian? In times of peace. The military treats it as a capital offense handled primarily through the United Code of Military Justice. I'm just going to post this in the hopes that it changes their fucking minds. Don't disconnect me. No. Oh, did you? You did DC me? You didn't get me back in though? Oh, damn it. Okay, I said my piece.
From the clutches of the evil American empire, not all revolutions are successful. Sometimes it really depends on how the state responds to it. If they try to address the demands of the revolutionaries, that could quell the revolutionary zeal. If they try to crush the revolution through force with violence, that could also lead to revolutionary failure, or it could spiral into a civil war. But even successful revolutions where they overthrow their government sometimes creates power vacuums where bad actors rise and come to power, and sometimes that new regime ends up being even more repressive than the last one. And these are all obvious risks that are considered by societies before they choose to actually revolt, which is why there's always so much hesitation and wariness and deliberation beforehand. But I mean, for them to know all of these possibilities and for it to get to that point where they're willing to take that chance and roll the dice, they really have to feel like their current situation is untenable and they can't take it any longer, and that they have no other choice but to revolt. And you really get the sense from a lot of Americans that that's where they are. They're in that state of mind. Despite the risks, they feel like arming themselves is the only way to survive the threat that they're facing. And this was exemplified in this interview from Status Coup. And they were talking to a protester in Minneapolis. And this was directly after Rene Good was executed. And what he says speaks to what I'm talking about here.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this shit by any means necessary.
I mean, you're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee...
We're there. This is the dark place. This is the dark time. We have people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this. We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box.
I completely disagree. This guy, his bloodthirsty, feckless, headlong rush into fucking all gas, no brakes, piece of shit moron, fucking, no strategy, nothing, just pull out, shoot, You know who he sounds like.
That's the only way. If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it.
How about not doing that, idiot?
Spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully.
That's another way.
I marched without Sharpton. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
It might be hard for some Americans to hear him say that, and it might even scare them, but his logic is premised on survivability. It's a calculation that he's making. If they're going to assault you already, and possibly even kill you if you're unarmed, then do you increase your chances of survival if you're armed? He thinks
this conjecture about some crazy, mythological, civil war that hasn't happened yet is not helpful to me. This might be DMCA, huh?
The US government is currently doing their damnedest to protect and enable pedophilia. And this actually isn't connected to the Epstein files, right? There have been growing concerns around the world surrounding AI-generated sexual images of people, especially with children. And front and center of this very important conversation has been Grok AI, especially after it began allowing users to edit images with text prompts back in late December. A move that, shocker, led to a flood of non-consensual AI-generated photos of women in their underwear on X, as well as sexual images of children. Right? And you've been seeing more and more people speaking out, including popular creators like Twitch streamer Sweet Anita, saying, as an onlooker and a target of the Grok bikini trend, I can't help but feel as though our bodies are being used to bolster usage statistics just to impress investors, all while we pay the price. And saying these deepfakes of unclothed women and children, they're still getting posted every single second. I don't know how the people running X could in good conscience choose to profit from that. At this point, it looks so intentional to me. I'm disgusted. It makes me sick that Twitter has been turned into such
It's like Amazon for hard drugs.
The first time I was like, okay, it's not true. It's a scam.
Cocaine, heroin, MDMA.
You go on the website and it's very easy.
Paid for with credit cards and e-transfers.
They're positioning themselves as an ethical drug dealer.
Delivered to your door by Canada Post.
Did you try it, that moment?
Yeah, on the spot.
It's cocaine.
A while ago, my producer Ryan and I started noticing ads popping up on Facebook and Instagram. These ads were offering pure cocaine, not subtle, not discreet, open advertising on the open web. We started digging, and for a lot of people, what we found is going to sound unbelievable. These are drugs that are highly addictive and highly illegal. For weeks, we spoke with nearly a dozen people who have been buying these drugs online. Eventually, we heard from one person who came forward offering to talk about their experience. We're about to meet our source, and he's agreed to meet us on two conditions. One, he doesn't want his face shown. Two, he doesn't want his voice heard. And that's because he's worried about what this all could mean for his family and for his job. Hey, thanks so much for coming in.
My relationship with this drug, love, hate. I had a dream about many things. The cocaine, in a certain way, destroyed this dream. One of the dreams was to become a cop.
It sounds like you said you lost that dream because of your relationship with cocaine. Would you say it was an addiction?
Yeah.
How often were you using?
Too much.
You got sober again?
Yeah, until I saw the ads on social media. So you have this ad, it looks professional. You go on the website and it's very easy. It's like on Amazon. You have many drugs and you have cocaine.
Could you believe your eyes when what you were seeing?
No, it was like a scam for me. I didn't believe it. I was like, it's unbelievable to see this on social media.
He says he stopped using cocaine a long time ago, but with so many ads popping up in his feed, old habits got the better of him. He ordered, and pretty soon he had a Canada Post tracking number. Days later, a message, his package had arrived. To his surprise, it worked.
I go to the mailbox, I open up the package, and I was like, okay, it's real. It's real stuff. It's real cocaine. I don't have to go on the road with some dealer who I don't really know.
Did you try it, that moment?
Yeah, on the spot.
You've experienced cocaine but many times before.
Yeah.
How did this compare, this particular cocaine?
When I tried the drug, I was like, okay, I don't know if it's 70, 80, 90%, but I know it's good stuff.
And according to the Canadian Centre for Substance Abuse and Addiction, very dangerous. They can lead to strokes, coma, and in some cases, death.
We've done a lot of stories, my producer Ryan and I, on street drugs and the fentanyl that's in it and the fear that a lot of people have that their drugs will be tainted with fentanyl. Is there any of that fear for you in that moment?
No, you take the chance.
We want to know for sure. Our source agrees to have his drugs tested, and that's how we end up in this drug testing center in Quebec. When we tell them how we got these drugs through a Facebook ad, they're not surprised.
We know about it. We've known about it for a while. So I thought that it was pretty much common knowledge.
People bring drugs here 3 days a week. Maud Chouanière is one of the people testing them.
We were surprised at first, but now it's becoming a normality. I mean, I wouldn't say half of what we test is on the clear web, but I'd say it's a good portion of the drugs we test.
For our source, this visit is a first.
We want to have like a fine powder.
This is a fentanyl strip. So for the fentanyl strip, we really don't need a lot of cocaine. Came back negative.
So now you can see it's giving me like a match. It's cocaine.
For a lot of the site users we spoke to, this feels safer than the alternative. Whether it's because they don't want to meet with street-level dealers, the fear of party drugs contaminated with fentanyl, or it feels like there's less of a chance of getting caught. We've seen hundreds of ads leading to dozens of websites all selling hard drugs. They're operating openly, but their digital infrastructure is anything but.
They use all the tools.
That's Ivan Angelovsky. He's part of CBC's Visual Investigations Unit. He's a data expert, and he tried to track down the location of the websites.
You can see that they've basically created a wall that open source researchers and journalists cannot penetrate.
These websites are sophisticated. They're hard to track. With web addresses that change from one day to the next, tracking the business is a huge effort.
What are they using to cloak their business operation and to hide what they're doing from authorities, but also from Google, from Facebook, from banks, from credit card providers.
High-level tools and coding on the back end, simplified client tracking in the front.
What surprised me the most was that these websites operate like regular internet businesses. Like every other internet startup, you get a discount if you bring new customer. They use analytics, tags, pixels. They watch their customers, basically their every move. If you put your email without doing the purchase, they would send you reminders, basically, hey, you have this in your cart.
You might be wondering how these ads end up on social media feeds anyway. Well, platforms like Facebook and Instagram make billions of dollars in profit from advertising. Ads that sell illegal goods are supposed to get banned. So we reached out to their parent company, Meta, for an on-camera interview. They refused. Instead, they sent us an email. A spokesperson told us Meta works with other agencies to stop these illegal ads, and that those accounts get banned from running ads in the future.
The scale is absolutely massive as far as how many advertisements are being placed on these platforms on any given day.
That's Scott Roth. He's the CEO of LegitScript, a company that specializes in flagging illegal ads.
I think it's a constant fight because I think it's a game of whack-a-mole because anytime people have an opportunity to make money, they're going to find creative ways to go make money. And so it's something where I do think that it's one of those battles that's never going to be fully won, but it is definitely something that, with the right methods in place, we can try to at least take a bite out of it.
But even Canada Post is having trouble doing that. They also refused an in-person interview. Instead, they told us in an email. Postal inspectors who suspect illegal drugs do remove the parcels from the mail and turn them over to police. Last year, they removed 5,000.
Oh my God.
662 illegal items. They delivered 240 million parcels. In the end, our source decided to destroy the drugs that he tested. CBC ensured the drugs were properly destroyed.
I felt so good when the cocaine was destroyed because for me, it's what I had to do to really liberate myself from this drug.
But temptation is just a click away.
Since I clicked on this link for the first time and I bought the drug on the website, every time since that moment, I go on Facebook, Instagram, I see the ads, many ads. If you have addiction and you go on social media and you see this every day and
this is
many
another reason why I don't use
every
social
day,
media.
it'll keep you in this addiction.
We spoke to half a dozen police officers on background for this story. None of them had ever heard of these sites operating so openly on the clear web. Ultimately, they told us any investigation would be handled by the RCMP, but after weeks of repeated requests for an interview, the RCMP refused, and ultimately they sent us an email. Their email says they're fighting online sales of illegal drugs, And they don't talk about ongoing investigations because they say it could compromise their efforts. What is clear is this: the system that is supposed to stop deadly drug trafficking, from Meta's policies to Canada Post deliveries to the RCMP's policing efforts, it's not shutting down these sites faster than they continue to pop up. Omar Debaghi Pacheco, CBC News, Ottawa.
See, I don't crave drugs. I crave the freedom of doing drugs. You know, like if I crave drugs, I would immediately go score off these websites or whatever. But I don't. I want the freedom to be able to do them and buy them from the Walgreens. I don't, I wouldn't use the freedom anymore, you know? It's weird, but I wouldn't. Not until they legalize. I don't want it like that. NPR is saying Trump is wiping out addiction and mental health grants. So they're going to shut down all those inpatient mental health facilities. Refine parts. So I can't run these anyways. Damn it. I will do a big bank of... So I can do this, but I can't get the power for some reason. Well, without power, I don't know. I don't think I can do anything. Refine parts. Oh, good. Detox from methadone, Suboxone. Ugh. No, please don't. You're like 60 years old. We don't need you to.
Welcome back. All right, I guess for some chronic cannabis users, getting the munchies is the least of their concerns. Get this, over the past decade, ERs are reporting a surge in regular cannabis users showing up with sudden stomach-churning attacks that leave them doubled over in pain, oftentimes a few times a year. Fox Medical Team's Dr. Mike joining us now live to talk about this phenomenon. Dr. Mike, there's a new verb for this. It's called scromiting, okay? It's like a combination of screaming and vomiting at the same time. This sounds awful. What is going on here?
Well, Anthony, if you're a regular user...
I don't like that this is a Fox thing. I don't like that it's a Fox doctor. I think it's propaganda.
This might actually be the most misleading headline of all time. Over the last 2 years, major restaurant chains across America have sat empty for too long, and now they're being forced to close their doors for good. But the reason for all of this might surprise you, because these restaurants didn't go broke because of endless shrimp or inflation, and we can't actually blame it all on private equity either. So what really cause these iconic chains to shut down? And why does eating at a restaurant feel almost pointless and overpriced in 2025?
I just want to know, when as a society we got to this point.
Like I used to really like restaurants and stuff. Now I haven't eaten anything but fast food in like 5 years. It's so dumb. I used to really like going and spending $25 at a Chili's, and I didn't do it often, maybe, you know, every 6-8 weeks or something, but you know, it was fun to go to a Chili's for $25. But I feel like it's 36 starting now. It's at least $10 more. You know, it's like kind of crazy for like a mid shelf like that. And so then I just go looking for like $5 to $13 meals at a fast food place, and now like restaurants are just like dead.
Fast food restaurants become the same price as a 5.
Yeah, why is it like $13 for a Big Mac meal? That's insane. It's a Big Mac. What?
Restaurants.
We cannot go out to lunch or dinner without spending $50+, and we don't even drink.
We don't even drink. Yeah.
In
at
1969,
Chili's, fucking Chili's, too.
this man had an idea. At the time, restaurants received
Yeah, it's like
all of their
$25
ingredients-
a pop, so 2 people is like $50, you know? And you can go to the restaurant by yourself, but that's sort of like eating at home, you know? So usually I'll go to the restaurant with somebody else. That shit's like fucking $65 and shit like that. It used to be 37. It used to be like 37. They've doubled everything. Maybe 47 if you're generous. But it's but now it's like it's not that they've doubled it. They've raised it by like 33% or something like that. Unity, return to the keeper, Aquilus. I don't know. You say mast. I thought I had to go to the well. Okay. Commercial. Oh, some of this. I'm sorry, I'm just texting and doing real life stuff.
From all over the place. They had their beef supplier who brought the burger patties, they had their produce supplier who brought the lettuce, and they had their dairy farmer who brought fresh milk. As you can imagine, this was anything but efficient. And it was even harder on the suppliers who had to find customers, supply them with what they needed when they needed it, and sell their product at a decent price. But it was all they knew at the time, until John Baugh came along. He realized that there was strength in numbers, and by coming together as a group of suppliers, they would be able to control the market. So in 1969, he merged 9 different regional food distributors under one roof and called it Systems and Services Company, otherwise known today as
Cisco.
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 Cisco. Cisco.
In 1970, he took the company public and started his all-out assault on the U.S. Food Network. By 1981, Cisco became the largest distributor in America and continued swallowing up regional players piece by piece, leaving us today with 2 major food suppliers we see every day in every restaurant parking lot: Cisco and US Foods. Cisco even tried to buy US Foods in 2013, but it was eventually blocked by the government because of the risk of a monopoly. Now, I don't say all of this to give you a random history lesson, but this series of acquisitions and takeovers is the very foundation of the problem we're seeing today. Because once you control the supply to every restaurant, you get to make the rules. And that's exactly what Cisco is doing. If we take a look at this chart, we start to see some hints as to what is going on. As we all know, in 2020, the restaurant industry was all but decimated because no
Got to cook something for lunch now. It's almost noon. I suppose I should feed my kitty too. Hungry kitty, I doubt it. She's... Milk. Much better. I am making some pad see lou, or say you, pad see lou, something.
No one was eating out, which meant Cisco saw a pretty severe drop in earnings, which was to be expected. But in 2022, once restaurants were open again, we see something interesting. Cisco saw a 159% increase in earnings, which feels a little off because we were all there in 2022. It wasn't like the restaurant industry just exploded overnight and everybody was dining out again. In fact, inflation was running wild at the time and everything was way more expensive, which meant most people didn't have the money to spend on a night out, but Cisco continued to grow. And the reason for this is a strategy they created in late 2021. As their costs increased in price, Cisco stopped focusing on their overall profit margin and instead moved their attention to gross profit per case. This allowed them to raise individual prices on actual units of food like a box of lettuce, passing on about 13.5% of the inflation spike to the restaurants, which in turn led to a massive jump in revenue for Cisco. But that alone isn't the reason the restaurants are going out of business. Although the revenue jumped, Cisco didn't suddenly see a spike in actual profit because all of their costs increased as well, from delivery fees to storage fees and everything in between. But the spike does explain why everything tastes the same now. These spikes are not only important to watch in your business, but also in your personal life. Because unlike a business, you can't really operate in a loss with your personal finances. And that's why a tool like Monarch Money is so important. I've personally been using Monarch for about 2 years now, and it is means or what that number, you get the idea. In today's video, now let's get back to the monopoly that is Cisco. When you open a restaurant and register your account with Cisco,
Thank you, Grant Woodrow. I'd like to sub to your channel. I appreciate the content for my stream.
Pretty much have to do because they're the only option, you receive a catalog. That catalog contains just about any item you could ever need for your restaurant. Burger patties, fresh lettuce, cheese, mozzarella sticks, pre-made beef Wellingtons, you get the idea. And you're gonna pay the price that Cisco decides because you can't really shop around. But in order to have a catalog this big, you need some fancier ingredients. And these fancy ingredients are designed for logistics, not necessarily taste. For example, do you ever wonder why all pizza chains have perfectly melted cheese? Their crust might be different, their boxes are definitely different, but the cheese is always perfect. I've personally made a lot of pizzas at home, and I've never achieved the picture-perfect cheese pull you get from a fresh Domino's or Pizza Hut pizza. Well, there's actually a reason for this. There's this company in Denver that's been making cheese for over 75 years. And their sole focus is mozzarella. You've probably never heard of them, but they supply almost every major pizza chain in America, and their main goal is to optimize cheese to its maximum potential. Leprino Foods has over 50 patents on their cheese, from how it melts to how it's made, and how they can pre-shred it and ship it 3,000 miles to a pizza chain without it going bad. And because they own the market, they pick the price. Similar to Cisco, the restaurants just kind of have to deal with it or somehow piece together a nationwide network of smaller suppliers while trying to create a uniform experience across all of their locations. As you can imagine, this is pretty much impossible for a nationwide chain, which is what forces the restaurants to use the monopolies in the industry, making them bigger and stronger while we're left eating the same food just on a different plate at all these major restaurants. But if there's one business model that loves standardization, that's private equity. Now, private equity is the typical scapegoat for situations like these failing restaurants, basically taking a good thing, stripping it down to the bare minimum, and then running it into the ground at the expense of the consumer. But in this case, it's not necessarily the sole reason for these restaurant failures, but it is a piece to the puzzle. Red Lobster, TGI Fridays, and Hooters are some of the more recognizable chains that were owned by private equity, and they all filed for bankruptcy at some point over the last 5 years. Each of these chains fell victim to the classic private equity playbook, which, to PE's credit, does work sometimes. In these cases, it didn't. If we return to Red Lobster, we see the perfect example. Golden Gate Capital bought Red Lobster in 2014 for $2.1 billion and immediately sold off all of the real estate that the restaurant sat on. This added a massive line item to every restaurant location because they were now having to pay rent on the land that they used to own. This is a classic move PE will make to try to bring in immediate cash after an acquisition, and sometimes it works, but most of the time it severely impacts the underlying business. In this case, it didn't really work out for them, and they ended up selling 49% of the company to a seafood supplier called Thai Union. And Thai Union can be thanked for the endless shrimp deal. As a seafood supplier, they thought they could cash in on both their seafood and their new restaurant chain by pushing an unlimited daily special of bottomless shrimp. What they didn't realize was the power of TikTok and YouTube.
Today, we're going to Red Lobster to find their all-you-can-eat shrimp deal. Let's go.
Red Lobster has an all-you-can-eat endless shrimp deal for $20. Let's get it.
Now we got the crispy dragon shrimp over here. Ooh, you can see this one looks like nicely glazed, big piece of shrimp.
I ate all 8 of them.
For $20, you get a pretty good deal.
Prior to the Thai Union acquisition, Red Lobster had a pretty diverse network of seafood suppliers. They did this specifically to keep their costs down and not be under the control of one entity. But PE does what PE does, and they were forced to standardize everything and consolidate their suppliers. This consolidation in turn leads to higher prices because the main suppliers like Cisco and US Foods know you have nowhere to go, and they can just push you around and tell you what you're going to pay. Between selling off real estate, consolidating suppliers, and just overall poor decision making, restaurants like Red Lobster, Hooters, and TGI Fridays have all but faded into the background of the American mind, leaving us with countless fast casual restaurants and slot bowls that are now all starting to taste and look the same. And as prices have increased and margins have gotten tighter and tighter, restaurants have been forced to hire logistics consultants and supply chain managers. Because it's no longer important to just order what you need every week, it's now a game of cost reduction, shelf life management, and product consistency, while flavor falls to the bottom of the list. Instead of a chef making the menu, it's the consultants designing something that is easy to supply and the least likely to be recalled. After all, we all know what happened at Chipotle in 2015.
Breaking news, the CDC now investigating another outbreak of E. coli linked to Chipotle.
More cases have been reported in the Northwest. Dozens of restaurants temporarily closed, and now the company is taking aggressive action to get to the bottom of that outbreak.
Chipotle is a prime example of something that was once great turning into just another bland bowl because of incentives. After the E. coli outbreak in 2015, Chipotle had to rethink how they did things, and instead of shipping every individual restaurant fresh ingredients and raw meat to cook on site, they started pre-cooking, pre-shredding, and pre-chopping everything in a central location, and then shipping all the pre-made items to the restaurant, who then just reheat it and serve it to us. And Chipotle isn't the only one. This is now a common practice among most restaurants because it's the least likely way to get sued. But most of the time, it's the most likely way to make food that all taste the same, which leaves you and me with the choice of deciding which overpriced slop bowl to get today that isn't even fresh. But the saddest part of the decline in restaurants is that it doesn't just affect the nationwide chains who are forced to standardize, it also hurts the local mom and pop restaurants in your area because they're all forced to buy from either Cisco or US Foods. They don't have any bargaining power. When you're a nationwide chain like Chipotle, you have enough pull to argue for lower prices, but when you're a one-off restaurant, you just have to pay what they tell you. And when they're passing on 13% price hikes because of inflation, it could put you out of business. But beyond that problem, we as consumers have standardized bland food. These national chains have set a new low baseline for consumer expectations, leaving us just wanting fast, consistent, and cheap food. So your local sandwich shop that makes the best sandwich you've ever had has to charge more, which in turn drives most customers away in 2025. This leads us to a decline in new people wanting to become chefs in America because they don't get paid, they don't get to make the menu themselves, and they work a ridiculously stressful job. Whether or not you've noticed the decline in restaurant goers or the increase in prices, it's hard not to argue that buildings and signs that were pinnacles of our community are slowly disappearing. Some of them for good reason, but for the others, it's almost like we're seeing these bad decisions that were made finally coming to a head all at once. After all, restaurants are notoriously some of the hardest businesses to run, no matter what level you're at. And I hope after this video, you understand that it can't be boiled down to just one villain. Sure, private equity.
Yeah, it's just greed.
Real quick before we head out of here. Just real quick.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Yeah, where did the U.S. press go? Seems like after he was gonna get hit with that defamation lawsuit, I don't see brother no more. So I'll say again, don't be a G-boy. Don't lie about people. Don't defame them, don't slander them. There's really no point in spreading misinformation. And by God, for an agenda or a narrative, let's not waste time trying to misconstrue those arguments when you can easily be proved to be wrong. That's all. That's it. You already know what it is, baby. You've seen title and thumbnail. Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's mixy and messy out in the CDST, commentary, drama, slop, and tea. But, of course, in specific, the Roach King Asmongold. Because, well, again, you've seen TNT. The Asmongold allegations have been dropped, have been released. Yeah, we need a whole lot of backstory in that. So, literally today, like not even recently, on his clips page, what we about to watch and see here, but even more to that, Asmongold had basically posted on the John that he was suing, I don't even know, this Twitter just schlemiel, I'm just gonna put it like that, because some random Twitter account literally literally pretending to be Abraham Lincoln or whatever. Like some John literally posted that during the time of some John with this girly pop with Asmongold when he was 33 and she was 17, he just says basically after that Asmon is a PDF. Where was the any, like, and again, better yet, before I even get into that, what do I say all the time with allegations, or especially when you're levying hefty allegations like these? Your substantial proof, yeah, man, your evidence and all that type of beat. I need to see it on my desk. Like, I ain't gonna hold you, because again, what I say all the time, if you just throw out willy-nilly allegations, you just levy hefty Johns with no substantial proof or no Johns behind them to even give it credibility, then yeah, defamation, slander, definitely spreading misinformation, and absolutely misconstruing everything. Right? But coming off of that, yeah, obviously, bad works to see there. But like I said, Asmongold and his editor, you already know, freaking love Asmongold's editor, Brother John's hilarious, bro. Every joke that he does. But his editor had dropped a clip on the Clips page, basically clarifying the whole situation and proving that these allegations are indeed false. So yeah, we gotta go ahead and take a poopsie at this boy real quick. You already know what it is, so I ain't gonna waste any more time, baby.
Is he?
Gus. Shirley talks everything. Shirley does indeed have everything every single time. Let's see the new allegations that have been dropped on the Roach King, Asmongold. You already know, like we said in the intro. Shout out Sure to Love with Asmongold's editor, because we out on Asmon Clips, baby. So
who's that? McConnell? Maybe McConnell.
The Roach King Roach has scattered. And Asmongold editor put it on, bruh. You already know. So of course we got. This is serious, and I must address this now. Yeah, couldn't blame him when, you know, people are throwing these Jones out heftily, willy-nilly again. So yeah, of course, you guys want to watch the OG clip, because truly does indeed yap everything. You know, get your own opinions and conjecture on that boy sift through without my yap. Down description, first link, sure to love it, of course. Asmongold Clips, specifically his editor, baby. Let him cook up. And yeah, let's see this absolute sharkanery we have going on here.
So basically, there's a post. This is a person that's like saying, like, this is actually crazy.
So let me see. He was 33 and she was 17. Asmon is a PDF. Anything else to co-op that? Literally nothing here. Okay, that's excellent. And this was a quote. This was a quote retweet off of somebody else, John. If you ever feel unlovable, just know Asmongold somehow managed to find a girlfriend. If that subhuman cockroach can find love, you're more than capable. Yeah, casual. Bad saying that. Yeah, he's subhuman. He don't wash.
He also has $20 million.
Yeah, we already know this. But main on the factor of this Abraham Lincoln parody account person, like, brother, you just gonna get, well, yeah, that's why, again, we're seeing the defamation here, bro. Hefty allegations just being thrown out. But, like, you're just gonna slide this John out with zero proof? Nothing to substantiate this? Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
To say about somebody, right? Crazy to say. I'm thinking, like...
But even going back on that, yeah, someone under it, Emerald Apple, she was in her late 20s, pictured here.
This is actually crazy to say about somebody, right? Crazy to say. I'm thinking, like, you know, I'm already in a lawsuit, right?
Oh, God, the shit with Miz, bruh. Yeah, Miz is definitely losing that shit. I'm not gonna hold you. If you don't know, obviously, when the Hun Miss Emery, she dropped her response.
I don't care about this, bye. I care about it, but not until they cancel him. The World Cup got canceled.
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, MySpace. All right, we got all of the AI keywords out of the way. We got death of the influencer or content creator. It's going to be a good time.
The influencer, that era is over. And the content only creator, you're next. People are just.
There won't be any more content creators in the next 5 years. The term content creator itself is one of the worst things to happen to creatives. You're not a content creator. You're an artist or a commentator or an entertainer, or you're just a marketer, which is fine. But the way it's being done right now is unsustainable. The whole idea of being a content creator jails you to these platforms and creates the cycle where you have to continue to create content for them. And who really benefits there? TikTok?
I benefit. I love looking at my channel, and they didn't charge me shit to do this. You see it? They didn't charge me a cent. And look, it's a bastion to my own personality. It's gonna be 50 years of Skycatlive. 50 years. 50 years. 50 years of it. You can look at it that like you're their surf, or you can look at it like they're publishing 3,500 of my videos. And they're being my entire television production studio, you know.
Has replaced Instagram, and there will inevitably be something else that comes along too. Will you just end up jumping from platform to platform, trying to figure out its algorithm?
Yeah, what happens when YouTube dies though, which is just crazy, and it's inevitable. YouTube could not keep its crown. There's no way it's going to keep its crown. So what happens then? Then it just becomes this backup website for like another 20 years. But at that point, I hope to be about 70 when that happens, you know, and that's okay. I start to think about other things, I guess, you know. It'll be a little while.
And which best content works for it, or will you decide who you are and own it and make any platform work for you, not the other way around?
Yeah, that's what I do. I make every platform work for me. Kick, I got 400 followers and I don't even watch the chat. Twitch, I got 4,000 followers without reading the chat. Like the YouTube, I got, I don't know, 200 follows without reading the chat. Like I don't, you know, I just drop art and I use the platforms, and I'm one of those people who I think really benefits from just, they're going to record my history, and unless that website or the human race goes down, my history will be there forever, you know, and that's what I wanted from them, and I don't fault them, and I don't hate them. And it's not their fault that it's a content mill. The only reason it's a content mill is 10 million people came and tried to fucking, you know, horn in on it, and I'm one of them. You know, I'm one of them. Look at this cool, like, sunset on a weird, crazy planet. I don't even know what planet this is. It's like Indum 2 in the, Indum system. I'm gonna sleep.
Well, the worst part is I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go to that comment section, but right here, this place in the mall opened up and they started selling DVDs and VHS, old media. See, the funniest part is we had it right in the beginning. Also, cable TV. They actually had it right. And I get it. You get tired of ads. That's how people get paid. Okay? They're paid for you watching, and then some people promoting some shit in your face. Excuse my language. When she said you got to bounce from platform to platform and all this stuff, well, the truth is most people are going to Instagram for Instagram. They're going to TikTok for TikTok. When you go to YouTube, yeah, you might type, how many of you, raise your hand, if you came to YouTube today and typed in my name?
Nobody.
Probably not many of you. And the ones that did, I love you. And if you haven't subscribed and you've been watching me a while, well, you know, don't be afraid to support somebody and tell them you like them, because I'm not
Thank you, Jack Morgan, RLP. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Okay? Because
Thank you for the excellent content for my stream.
That's the crazy part. Like, we don't live in a time where you could be fun and creative and put out this project.
That's what I'm doing. I am doing that, and we want to know why? Because I'm on disability. If that ended, I would just have to go out there and hustle or rob or fucking steal or build some fucking hole in the ground or something. I would do that if I had to. I will do whatever I have to, but this is what I do if given a choice. This is what I like to do. You can see this is what I like to do. There's the American flag on the wall. I'm flying around this crazy universe, and I'm going outside right now to go journey across the land. Get out of my bed, you fucking cop.
Or one movie. And that movie, that piece of product, that CD, that DVD, that vinyl record, that could float you for
That's why they always say stick to YouTube. Yeah, I stuck to YouTube. I've got a great presence on YouTube.
3 years. That's long gone. We live in a world where you have to literally post.
I think just being yourself will get you far. Yep, That's me too. I think the same thing. I don't ever compromise on myself. You know, I don't.
Every day. And not only that, but you have to be entertaining. But not entertaining like how you think.
No.
Oh, no. You got to be informative. Do you care about today's information?
Yeah, I do put a lot of cool stuff on my stream.
Information?
It's interesting.
Look how different it is during the day. It's beautiful.
That's
like
a daily basis. Planet. They're no longer following, like right here. That's why they always say stick to YouTube. YouTube's the hardest one. I don't feel aligned to post on TikTok. I really am transferring my content to YouTube. Okay.
Why do you guys read the comments on fucking TikTok videos? It seems weird.
This is where I'm going. YouTube seems to be the new cable TV. YouTube has taken the TikTok approach. Before this guy plays, I just want to just paint you a picture. This guy was the king of YouTube, Casey Neistat. Okay. And he made videos every single day about nothing. It was just his day, and he vlogged it and packaged it very well. And no one was really doing that. It was highly edited, but the videos were about nothing. Look, stupid. This is a stupid video update. 1.6 million views. A family surprise. Okay. A special time. Million views. Million views. Million views. A love letter. Million views. Literally about I'm back. 2 million views. But this was a time where the information didn't matter. The person mattered. Right? You watched the show because it was funny or it was fun. It made you feel some kind of way. It didn't have to be about just the information. It was about the person. And now we've moved into an era where this guy's retired. This guy's fucking loaded. He doesn't even bother anymore. Okay? He posts once in a while when he wants, and it's still about nothing. And sometimes it's very motivational. It's really cool. I liked Casey Neistat. Okay? But my point is those days are long gone. I don't care how many followers you have.
Yeah, this is
maybe
true.
I care about this a little too much, but it's no longer about how cool or entertaining you are. It's like, is the information worth it? That's what it is. All right.
TikTok's not paying anymore, guys. I don't know what to tell you. You know, less than a year ago, I was making about $1.29 per 1,000 views. Now I'm making anywhere from 28 cents to 40 cents per 1,000 views. And my content structure, rollout, none of it's really changed.
Because there's 10 million people who all have girl repellents in the background and all look exactly the fucking same, and you're one of them.
There was a guy.
Not that I'm any better. I've got like the pillow, the girl repellent, and like, you know, I'm leaned back like Pirate Software's dad, you know. And I've chilled back in a motherfucking gangsta lean, but I mean that's who I am. That's who I am. I'm Lex Luthor in this. I'm like Lex Luthor, and they're not Lex Luthor. I don't know what's a good example of this. Dr. Doom or something. I don't know. I'm like a big. I'm like who's the fat guy in Disco Elysium? I can't think of his name. It was oh god, the union rep. I can't think of, or the union labor boss. I can't think of his fucking name, but I'm like that. Everart. I'm like Everart. I sit back in my CEO lean on my pillow. And I play my video games all day, and I don't worry about fucking girl repellents in the background. I don't care about that.
Came out and said that he's making.
You guys seem to really care about girl repellents in the fucking background. Why do you have that piece of crap $20 television set that I probably gave to an ARC thrift store like 5 years ago? Like, seriously. Baker 3. Don't know what that is. You know, don't know what any of this stuff is. Why do you have this crappy television set from 1970s? Anyways, all that stuff, all that Avengers stuff, girl repellent.
Only 1 cent per 1,000 views.
You all have terrible tattoos. You all seem like you care what the world thinks about you, like a little girl or like a teenage girl. You wear girl repellent in the fucking background. You look exactly like every other creator on TikTok.
And he's got over 15 million followers, and he does millions of views per video. Just back in August, I made $5,000 in August. Just on TikTok.
$5,000.
$5,000. Now I'm barely averaging anywhere from $300 to $400 a month. And I think I know what the problem is. I genuinely think that it's the AI content creators, the AI accounts on here.
I'll tell you what the problem is. Most people, I would say majority of you out there, could make a 1 to 2 minute video and keep people's attention.
It's true. I think most people out there could do that. I think that is kind of crazy. But yeah, I think everybody's got like a little 2-minute thing that they can do where they're like, I like racehorses, or I like candy, or I like Sour Boys, or I like Turkey Tom, or whatever. Or I like Reddit stories or whatever. I like video games. I like MMOs. I like this and that. I like Skyrim or whatever. I like, I like Splatoon. I like Splatoon 2 or whatever. I like, remember when we did horse racing, and I did like horse racing for like 3 days and stuff on both real life and in video games and stuff. And there's people that just sit there and play starters orders all of their fucking life, and they bet on like horse races, and they race the horses in the races that they run. They gamble on themselves. It is fucking crazy, and like, and I'm not a hater of any of that stuff, and I find starters orders just as goddamn entertaining as Jeffrey Epstein, frankly. And it's weird because it's like everybody's got a little 2-minute story, and I do like that little theory of his about like everybody's got like a little 2-minute story they could tell that is entertaining. I would be like, one time I was smoking a cigarette on the back of my car, and this guy in the back of the fucking bank comes driving through, and he didn't have any lights or any kind of giveaways to that he was law enforcement, but he was a rent-a-cop, but I didn't know that. I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette on the back of my car, like 3:15 in the morning. I'm 17 years old. I'm smoking cigarettes on the back of my car. He comes up, driving up, and he parks in front of me, but not very close. He's like a good 25 feet back, and he just sits there with the lights on and stares at me like some kind of psycho killer. And I'm like, hi, and I start talking to him like, hey, I'm just smoking a cigarette, do you want me to leave? I'll drive away. I tapped my watch, and I was like, do you want me to leave? I'll go out now. It's like, sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to be in your parking lot at night, I'm sorry. I'm waving at him and trying to talk to him and stuff, and he's just doing nothing at all. Not speaking, not doing anything, just dead face, just staring at me. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm going to drive away now. And I'm yelling at him, like he's got his windows up for one thing, but I'm yelling at him through the windows of his car. I'm like, I'm going to drive away now. I don't mean to break any laws. I'm not here to fuck with you, sir. I'm sorry. I'm just here to smoke a cigarette on the back of my car, And so I drove away. I was rolling on ecstasy, and I was stoned, and whatever he, I don't know, maybe sussed that out. I don't know. I don't think I moved in a way he would have detected, but I got up off the back of my car, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I put out the cigarette, and I'm like, I'm driving away now. And I drive through the parking lot, and he follows me at like, I don't know, 10 miles an hour or something. And we leave the parking lot at like 10 miles an hour. I get out, I turn a right. He's following me out on South Broadway, and I get to I-25, and I'm like, is this guy going to roll me? Is he going to rob me? What the fuck's going on here? I don't know. It's just some dude in a car. And I take a right, and I get on the highway thinking that, well, at least I can go fast there, and I can get away from him or something. I get on the highway. It's very late. It's like 3:15, 3:30 something. And like the fucking this, and I get out and I stay in the right lane and I speed up to 60, which was the speed limit, and then I see this huge line of cherries just fan out from the exit about 3/4 of a mile back. And I was like, oh, and I was like, I have a huge lead on these people, like a whole exit. It was like a whole exit. I was like, I have a huge lead on these people. If I just run down the street and take a right and park in the fucking in an alleyway, they're never gonna find me. And I was certain of this. But the problem was they all had like you know, Crown Vics that have good V8s and stuff. I was in a Mazda Protege, and I absolutely underestimated how fast those V8s could get up to like 130. It comes shooting down that fucking highway in a crazy line, you know. And I was like, oh nope, they've caught me. And now, I'm sorry. I suppose this appears like a high-speed chase, I guess. And I was like, wow, I'm guilty of a high-speed chase now. So I just pulled over on the side of the fucking, you know, thing, and they were yelling at me, throw the keys out the window, throw the keys out the window. See, and this story is entertaining. It is kind of. And I was like, I can't. They're attached to my chain wallet, and I still do this. I always attach my keys to my cell phone or my wallet or my belt or something so I don't lose them because I'm a druggie. And like, you know, and yeah, and they were like, throw the keys out the window. I've told this story recently, but I mean, that's the sort of story I can tell on a 2-minute video. That time I was smoking a cigarette on the back of my car, and I caught an 11-month probation sentence in a deferred adjudicated felony. I was smoking a cigarette quite legally on the back of my car. And it led to me being in jail for 5 or whatever it was. It was like 5 days, something like that. It wasn't jail, it was juvie. And, you know, and I didn't have my contacts in for all 5 of the days. And then when court started, my mother was late, so they appointed an guardian ad litem, and that was terrible. I had a guardian ad litem for 2 years and stuff. It was just fucking terrible. And the whole thing was so terrible. But it started with me smoking a cigarette on the back of my fucking car. I suppose I was underage to smoke a cigarette, but that's about it. And I suppose I was too high to drive probably, which is why I was sitting on the back of my car. I was like, well, I'm rolling on X, and I think it'd probably be better if I just sat here for an hour and smoked cigarettes on the back of my car rather than drive, which is what you're supposed to do, you know? 2 hours, like whatever, until I'm not rolling like super balls anymore. I can actually focus to drive, you know? And I decided, so I just like sat in the back of a bank parking lot because it was like really close to where I'd lived all my life. And I was like, oh, I know a dead parking lot. I can just sit in for a while. And no, there was security. And yes, I did catch a fucking deferred adjudicated felony off that. And God's honest truth, it started out with me, and it wasn't like I was in possession of drugs, but it's not like I was selling them. It was like possession of, you know, less than 1/8 of marijuana. And there was like 3 Mitsubishi triple stacked Mitsubishi ecstasy pills and a pot pipe, and they busted me for, you know, class A felony possession of MDMA, and I told them where the drugs were because I was like, I'm not hiding them from them, you know. And that was the saving grace when I didn't hide it from them. That helped me. And like, you know, 11 months later it was over. But I mean, that's the sort of stuff that can happen to me, and it is an entertaining story. So you're smoking a cigarette on the back of your car, or you're like, you know, you're hitting a Zin or something, and then, you know, 11 months later you finally get off probation. And that's, you know, that's my story. Like, that's my little, and that's not a 2-minute story, that's a 10-minute story. But there's so many crazy details in it, and like of them like leveling guns in my head, and high-speed chase, and 11 months of probation, drug tests every Wednesday, drug court every Wednesday.
And believe it or not,
people looking at you pee at the age of 17 and shit like this. Not too fun, you know.
You've made it this far in this video. You are one of the few and the brave and the bold. Most people have left already. They're gone.
Congratulations.
They're fucking gone. I'm not scripted. I'm not highly edited. I think of you guys, but I also want to provide an old school talk radio feel. Shooting from the hip a little bit, just talking that stuff. Okay? And I actually care. I like to get deep. I like to have fun.
Yeah.
But a 1-minute video, it's hard to advertise that. It's hard to sell somebody a product with a 1-minute video. Therefore, it's kind of like, how do you get paid for that? How do you get paid for that? That's the hard part. And most people can do that. And I know I'm adding clips in here, and it's not just me talking, but I do make videos of me just talking. And they do pretty well. Okay? And they're long videos. Sometimes 40 minutes. But that's
for me, it's 4 hours.
Few and far between. And also,
or 2.5.
I highly doubt that if put all those on a DVD.
I have 3,300 two and a half hour
I wouldn't
videos.
buy your shit either. No offense.
And there's
You
dead
know,
air in there while I
honestly,
listen to
would
somebody
you guys
talk,
think
but
it would
I'm
look-
there the whole time. I think I've fallen
Honestly, it
asleep
has
on
lasted.
stream once.
You've been, if you are doing this as a business, I'm a video maker guy, funny dude, serious talking guy who's been doing this for 20 years, from skateboarding to talking shit to doing skits. I've done it all. I'm a career guy. But I think we've reached a point where, like, tell me if this makes sense. We've reached a point where someone can come in and within 6 months to a year, they could blow up.
Happens at a rapid pace. for a
That's
lot of people.
never happened in the history of time.
No.
Until the past 5 years. It's never fucking happened. Never happened. Usually it would take you 10 years to get your chops. And then you would...
No, Elvis was like pretty much instant. Fairly sure some of the composers were like, it only took them 2 to 5 years, if even. There's been meteoric rises to fame, like Nirvana when they blew. They have been going for 5 years, yeah, but when they blew, they blew.
Be good enough to be able to maintain a lasting career in entertainment, which is this is what this is. This is entertainment, what we're doing here, guys.
Yeah.
A radio, video, it's entertainment when you chop it down at the end of the day. So that's what I really think it is. Okay. It took me forever. And when I did finally start figuring it out, I'm ready, baby. I'll show up every day. I'm good. I'm ready to go. I'm going to outlast the next guy. That's the truth of that matter, though.
But you think most people chase that immediate?
Yeah, we're all guilty of it.
Yeah, when we
but
try.
if you were to blow up too quick in this game, come on.
Yeah.
You have one lucky moment, but can you have that lucky moment over and over and over and over again every day? That's the hard part. That's the fucking hard part. And also, is the topic interesting? You can't just be Casey Neistat anymore and say stupid video title. Just that's the title, stupid. And get 1 million views. Like, good luck with that. Good luck.
Do you think before quality, before anything, you're saying maybe topic is king? Or
That's all people care about.
Yeah.
That's all people care about is the topic. That's it.
There was like this right-wing coded, like weird jujitsu code stuff that they put in this weird Bethesda like mini game thing that they did. They're just like, who do you believe in? Myself. I mean, it was a fast answer, but it didn't take me long to solve this. Ooh, a magazine. Permanently increases EM weapon damage. That's really good. Really, really good. I'm glad I found a magazine. Yay. That makes it so worth it. Hells yeah.
I mean, some people care about me. I get that. I care about you too. I love you. I'm here for you. Okay. But the truth is if I put out a video and you don't care about the topic, it doesn't matter how much you like me. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth.
I'll see that video of that girl asking how all the OG influencers were making $30,000 to $50,000 a month and now they're broke and e-bagging on TikTok. Like, what happened to all that money? So as somebody who accumulated over 2.5 million subscribers on YouTube back in 2015, and I was literally living in LA, so I witnessed a lot of this, I'm going to give you guys the breakdown on what happened with that money. I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but just what I've seen. When I moved out there, I thought I was pushing it with my $2,000 one-bedroom apartment, but I had people living in the same building just at the top floor. I was on the 3rd floor, but they were at the top floor paying $20,000 a month. And then I had some friends that lived in mansions.
But I want to paint you guys a little context here. In 2015, I was trying this stuff. I was doing skits and stuff. There was not as much competition. It was a lot easier to get fans because there weren't.
When I came in, I was like, oh my god. Like, when I came into Rust, I was like, how many people could be streaming Rust? It just seems like it wouldn't be that many. But there was like 2,500 streamers or something, and I was like, I can't compete with 2,500 people not starting out. Maybe if I've been doing it for 10 years.
That many people.
And I did pull hundreds of people. I did, you know. I made my start out of Rust. Definitely did. Or I don't know, a little bit of Final Fantasy 11. I think I pulled about 200 people out of Final Fantasy 11 and something like 2,000 people out of Rust. And that's okay, you know. The rest of it is hate raid, I think. I don't really know. I don't care. I like comparing. Because mine's bigger. I'm just kidding.
But also what didn't exist were people getting famous off of, well, there were 6-second videos on Vine, but that wasn't the normal. There was no money to be made in that. You had to make 5-minute, 10-minute, 20-minute videos in order to have any success, whether it was about nothing or not. That was a big difference. And the amount of content, you name it, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Paramount, Hulu, Disney, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, Instagram. You know, back then there was 3. There was 3 places you could go, and then the TV and Netflix. So now it's so broad now that it's gonna get harder and harder to make money. And it's hard to sell stuff, dude. It just fucking is. Any business, let alone the internet. It's difficult. Yeah. It's difficult.
Literally paying people's yearly salaries like $30,000-$40,000 a month just to rent this huge house. So for those of you that were also wondering, like, why do a lot of these influencers have big houses if they're fucking empty? Not even joking, to get some good quality furniture in there, it's gonna cost you like $500,000. And don't even get me started on their Uber ego. It's like people reach a certain amount of followers and all of a sudden they can't use Uber X.
But here's the thing, the followers no longer matter. The followers no longer matter. And there are a lot of people who were famous from YouTube. And now it's a wrap. Because that same shtick of just doing nothing and filming it, it doesn't work anymore. It's not new. And if you're not interesting or delivering information, which is what Gary Vee's about to talk about, then you're kind of just fucked. That's the truth. And back then, I mean, you could do nothing. And if you got somewhat popular, you were going to get rich. And most people, when they get rich, they're going to spend the money. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth. Yep. That's how it goes. But getting there nowadays, to make that kind of money she was talking about nowadays, you better be real good. You better be real good. And if you think you're going to do it with 1-minute videos,
nope.
I salute you, dude.
Respect.
I salute you. Let me know how it goes. But take notes from Gary Vee, because he's not tripping. Followers don't matter. He'll explain a little more.
My argument is that the way the algorithms are working, we no longer even live in social media. We now live in interest media. The things you're interested in are coming to you, not who you follow and what they post. So I would argue social media is fully dead. We're fully in interest media. And I would say the way that the AI algorithms are working is it's
Starfield Scorpion Sting Glyph puzzle. What do I do? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay.
Transcribing the words that are coming out of your mouth and putting in front of people who are likely to be interested in what you're talking about. So the deeper you go, it's really, this is a good one, it's really no different than prompt engineering. If you fucking put out shit, you're gonna fucking not attract anything. But if you really go there in depth, and it is not based on the surface level part, it's the words. It's the words. And so I would recommend everyone do it because there's fundamentally little to no downside. The downside of making content on the internet is that 99% of the people in this room are insecure.
Well, insecurity aside, he's 1,000% correct. You can...
Hello? Hey. Yes, I can. Yeah, it's a bit pixelated, but I can hear what you're saying. Okay, sorry about that.
That's all people really care about, and that's why I approach it a little.
So my mother alerted me to a story about St. Louis. St. Louis monkeys. Oh god, did I bomb out? Don't bomb out. St. Louis monkeys. Funny.
A bizarre story that is drawing international attention is continuing to unfold this afternoon. Monkeys plus a goat have been spotted roaming St. Louis City neighborhoods.
There's a goat with them.
Focus is shifting from finding the animals to finding people who may know where the animals came from, or people who may actually be holding them this afternoon. Fox News' Kelly Hoskins is live outside the City Health Department with the late details. Hi, Kel.
Well, that's right, Andy and Jasmine. We came to the St. Louis City Health Department. As you mentioned, the story continues to evolve. Right now, they are shifting their focus toward people who may be in possession of the monkeys and to try to find out if anyone has information on where that goat came from.
Who opened the Jumanji book?
The unusual situation has some North St. Louis residents in shock and continues to draw international attention. City health officials say their focus remains public safety and locating the animals. First, several monkeys, and days later, a goat. According to the City of St. Louis Health Department, multiple vervet monkeys, native of Africa, have been reported loose in the O'Fallon Park neighborhood of North St. Louis. Initial reports suggest there may be 4 animals, but officials say they cannot confirm any exact number, only that there is more than one. We spoke with residents in the neighborhood where the monkeys were first spotted.
I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a viral joke that was going on. But when I just passed by, you guys asked me about a monkey and a goat. And I'm sitting here like, wow, who opened the Jumanji book? What's going on right now?
It's shocking and alarming. And actually, it's a threat to the neighborhood. And actually, I hope they catch whose animals they were. But they were cute, but still, you can't trust them.
In a written statement, the health department says it is working to get a better idea of where the monkeys may be hiding or seeking food, and is engaging partner agencies that are properly trained and equipped to safely capture the animals. Once captured, officials say the monkeys will be transported to a facility certified to care for exotic animals.
No, they'll just kill them. They almost always do. They like telling that lie, but they usually just kill them. Especially monkeys, because monkeys might have disease. Maybe they don't kill them. I hope they don't. Multiple monkeys on the loose. Oh my god. Shanker goes on IHIP. The ideas revolt Santa customer and threatened by parole after debate. Oh. Oh.
Thanks for joining us here on Midday. I'm Matt Fonts.
And I'm Alyssa Boyster. We begin today with breaking news. A person has been arrested in connection with the fatal church shooting from last week, in which 8 people were shot and 2 died.
32-year-old Ryan Totai was arrested on obstruction of justice charges. Despite him denying any involvement in the shooting, police claim that he closely matches the description of a shooter provided by witnesses. Authorities also claim they located a past video of Totai using the same gun recovered from the scene. Despite this evidence, again, he only faces the obstruction of justice charge at this time.
Obstruction of justice. The History Channel. This is not a real emergency when civilization collapses.
Federal officers deployed flashbangs and smoke in Minneapolis after a